It's been a while. My internet was just completely kaput on Sunday. And I mean completely kaput. We would have streamed on Sunday, but it was just completely gone. I did show off the Omega raids though, off stream, to Stas. But I did it on data. So, yeah, that was fun. And we also overshot our mark as well. I had to finish it off yesterday with him. So he may or may not be super tired today. And I hope that this goes by speedily, because I've noticed we've been ending on off at like 1 or 2 a.m., which I don't want to sleep at anymore. But these are patch quests. They shouldn't take too long. I don't think it's gonna be like 8-9 hours like it was for Stormblood Part 2, because holy fucking shit. That took way longer than I ever expected or ever dreamed of. But yeah. As for oh shit, I'm actually gonna switch over to, I need to switch over to time right here. I pinged him, but he responded while I was in the middle of near raids. So I just told him just wait till I'm out. And we'll see if he's actually gonna be in anytime soon. Hopefully he's in soon-ish. Also, hopefully we don't get any interruptions. Today's probably the best day for interruptions, unfortunately. So gonna have a lot of them probably. Where is he? Where is the man? Hold on, I think I heard my name being called. 1 second.
Lovely. Ooh. Nice. Are you here, mate? Lovely. Yeah.
Oh, here? Okay, alright.
Yeah.
Let me start up the Discord stream, and we'll get through this. Stormblood Part 3, yes. Let's get this started. We'll try and get this going as speedily as possible. We'll anticipate our hour-long break. First quest is over here. Orenvold's Adventure is the name of the quest. Woot woot. We get to see development from Orenvold. I think. I hope. I really do hope. He's a cool character.
Well, it's his quest. His name's in the quest, so if it's not like that, then That's bad naming.
Come to see how we're getting on?
It might be a little quiet.
We've made good progress since we took back Alamigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address. Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here. Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion. For the time being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future.
Politics, yay.
But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches.
Hate rhymes.
The reach is yours, Nago. Don't do anything I wouldn't.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Ah, there you are. I've been searching all over for you. Now, don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me? I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure? After all, we were adventurers before we were scions, were we not? After routing the Imperials and liberating Alamigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots? So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
Twist my arm, why don't you? Yeah, I'm definitely turning up the sounds here. Turn it up to like 60. 69, nice. Now let's go get Alphino and go on a little adventure. I forgot we can't fly here. Just go on my bike and start fucking jumping. This is a very big place to reach us, comparatively to our characters. Greetings, Somnus. It would seem we are to accompany Arnvald on some manner of escapade. Feel any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No story, if you please. Now the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy, and Theodoric sat the throne. A uniquely brutal despot, by all accounts. That he was. The King of Ruin, who suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Rauger's Reach being burned to the ground. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown, and so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king, and it's said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. I believe I see the direction our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty. You assume correctly. And would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course, we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned a palace upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But after scouring every room from dawn till dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Trove remains simply that, a legend. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine the three of us delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing. We're going on a little treasure hunting expedition. Nice. We also earned the emote box. That's the boxing emote that I showed off earlier. This one. Yeah.
A related to this quest, I see.
The news of Doma and Alamigo's liberation had kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the Empire. I heard the Imperial province of Damascus has already risen up in rebellion, which means the Garleans must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Arnvold, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasures hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't like to get us anywhere. So we'll probably need to, ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied Archivists and request access to records seized from the Imperials. The Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they uncover the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in Fyodor's day. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you will be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Arnvold, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peaks while Somnus makes the rounds in the Alamigan Quarter. Ha! That I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I might, of course. Let's be about it then, eh? We can meet afterwards at Gilbard's Gate. Alamigan Quarter is in the locks. In the palace? No, not me, lad. Surely you've heard stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions up on the Divine Audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say, I stayed as far away from the palace as possible. Another sightseeing log. First one of this stream. Hold up, can I just like... Nope, I can't do it while mounted. Okay, I need to find a way to like dismount here. Or... There we go. Retired Rogan. I served at the pleasure of King Theodoric, and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter of my life, and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which, of course, we were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you are hell's-bent on finding out what happened at the palace, head down the street here and ask old Ernol. He was the king's head scribe. Head scribe? He should know about the treasure then. If you would help me drudge up some decidedly unsavory memories. Yet, if Al Amigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well. I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodoric's paranoia and the public executions of his king's men. Those were troubled and terrible enough, but in his last days, the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now, my sleep was troubled by nightmares. If none of Theodoric's blood were prone to share his madness, then mayhap it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. And he fought the fucking Empire, conducted mad science experiments. All of all those roided up soldiers we were fighting. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we want? Allow me to begin then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures, and found precisely none. If it is just possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself, but I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist, or the Imperials somehow overlooked it. What of you, sons? Were your investigations more fruitful? Turned into monsters! And what could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I met an old man in Algieri who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, but he said not of cursed abominations. The Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could the scribe fellow have been spinning him a yarn, do you think? Did you believe him, Somnus? His fear seemed genuine. If he was afraid, then that does lead credence to the tale. Though I'm not sure how that helps us in our search. Do not be so hasty. Arnold's anecdote may very well have told us where the trove is hidden, but ere I share my theory, there is a matter I would clarify. Arnold, you spoke of a light-hearted adventurer, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding the treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear, but you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Galilean blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say that my Alamegan mother did not welcome my arrival. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over again, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye, like the kind you see in pureblood Galileans. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage, and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. In the end, she turned me out to the street, and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Amigo, a feral child who got what he needed for begging, cunning, or worse. The best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived. but I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventure, and that road led me to the company of the Scions. I tell you this so that you understand. I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Theodoric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Thank you, Arnvold, and I apologize. That cannot have been pleasant to recall, but I felt it best to be clear on our intentions. Well, Somnus, are you content to surrender the treasure to Arnvold's noble cause, and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? Then I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's Trove, if you are minded to hear it. Alright. Yeah. Arnvold is half Garlean. And lived as a street rat because his mom didn't like the fact that she had a Garlean kid. Forgive me, 'twas not my intention to draw up proceedings. I simply wished to have the lock in sight while I explained things. Prior to the Great Flood of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines. And this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the Fifth Astral Era. From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by war, yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace mentioned by Theodoric's former scribe was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Scala. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of a desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodoric wanted to keep the ruins secure. Wait, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's Trove? Precisely. And since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance to the old city would have been magically concealed. Which would explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers and gods know how many Almegans never found a trace of the Trove. We, however, have certain advantages, which they did not enjoy. Somnus, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the loch and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Arnvold and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace. Alright. This was the dungeon, by the way, that I was mentioning. That had the fat cat in it.
I see.
So we're pretty much guaranteed to see one, by the way, since I'm a Makote character now, so. Yeah, I didn't know it was only a chance until I swapped out a Makote character. So you discover a passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. You come to a worn stone door, standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you have found an entrance into the subterranean ruins. Lakeborough. Somnus, it's Alpha now. We've searched the prison beneath the palace and have found a door concealed by enchantments. Have you all to report? Yeah, there is an entrance here. And you believe it leads to the ruins? Excellent. Now I propose we proceed from our respective entry points and look to meet somewhere in the middle. Oh, come on, lads. We might as well try to make it a race. Victory goes to the first adventurer to find the treasure. Godspeed. Drowned City of Scala. Huh, only a 7-minute wait time. We'll be waiting in queue times for a while now because I can't solo any of these reasonably enough. So at least I'm not confident in my ability to solo these. So we're just gonna do these with a party. Not preformed, unfortunately, too. And we're gonna have to wait for people as well. Fucking, I hate it when people just rev their engines. Just cannot resist the urge to hear that engine roar, man. There's some people out there. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Scream at me if the queue pops. Q didn't pop still. That's interesting. Everything good over there? Or...
Yeah.
I'm gonna try queuing in this tank, see if my luck is any better as a tank. Hey, what do you know? Tank is an insta-queue.
Did you do for undersized again by accident?
No.
Probably.
Skip the cutscene accidentally, but there was nothing to it, so... Yeah, establishment shot.
Well, it's just water dungeon with ruins.
It's
Well,
literally
what's
called-
anyone else?
I mean, like, it's in the title, Drowned City of Scala, like, come on.
It's only 4 people.
Yeah, it's only... Dungeons are only 4 people. Normally they're only 4 people. This was kind of a hellhole for healers when it first came out. Because, I mean, look at the enemies on screen. But, shouldn't be that big of a deal for healers nowadays. Especially since I'm not stance dancing anymore. Probably should explain that. It used to be that, so, the way that tanking works now is that you have a tank stance, which increases the amount of aggro you gain, so that, you know, you can get aggro on the enemies. A core tanking necessity. It didn't used to be like that. It used to be that tanks had 2 stances. A stance that would be their DPS stance, it would increase their damage, and a stance that increases their defense, and that would be their tank stance. So basically, if they were main tanking, they would put up the tank stance for defense increasing, and DPS stance for if they were off tank and they were trying to use DPS. As it goes with most game mechanics, most people did not do that, and instead just purely had the DPS one on because, I mean, if they were good enough at their jobs, their DPS would produce enough aggro to make the aggro gain negligible from tank stance. And, like, the faster things die, the less they kill you, so... And that's a hellhole because you don't have your defense buffs as a tank, because you'll probably have your DPS stance on because, like, damage priority and whatnot. Yeah. It was kind of a mess. Case in point, tanking's just a lot more simpler now. Stance dancing is, oh, I didn't realize that was mechanic. Stance dancing really doesn't exist anymore. There's no reason to have anything other than tank stance on if you're not a main tank, or if you're a main tank. And if you're not a main tank, then you're not. It's as simple as that now. fuck was that? I heard something just drop. Like outside. Fuck that was. Oh, nice. My headphone cord was in front of my microphone for a second. That was awkward. Another hell pole right here. Doesn't look too bad right now, but I'll look at the pole ahead a little bit. I'm gonna put up Nebula because I'm a little traumatized by this pole. Contrary to the amount of enemies comparatively to before, these things do a lot more damage. Easy tank killer here. This is a true test of my healer's abilities here. Or a true test of how long Holy lasts. Put that up. That's a little redundant there. Alright, everything should be good. Put those two up. So, I want you to look closely at the top of this thing's model. This thing's kind of like a pot, right? So, whenever the pot opens, when it does, when does it actually? Where's Fat Cat? Where is it? Maybe I'm not really... Maybe I don't have really the ideal camera angle for it. I mean, especially not now on the screen. Battle effects might also be in the way. Show its face here. No? Whatever. We missed Fat Cat. I think it was because I didn't really have the optimal camera angle to really see it. Can't pull any more than this. this, we transform into these things, these little Dusclops looking things. And that makes us able to fly over the pit there. Alright. As you saw there, those were the royal peoples that we were talking about before. The Eldritch turned into monsters. The things that we were just now fighting. And as you see, if you noticed with their death animations, they turned into humans when they went down. Anyways, this is clearly the treasure trove, by the way.
Oh, find the boss, and yeah.
Well, I mean, like, just look around the room. Everything's made out of gold. This boss is unique in that a lot of its telegraphs are on the animations itself, not necessarily, like, you don't see the AoE markers on the ground whenever it does a cleave or something like that. It uses its own animations as a telegraph, so it's pretty unique in that aspect. Not really too much more difficult than most other bosses, though. It's pretty obvious to avoid the tail when he does that. I say as 2 people got hit by it, but that's what to do yourself more than I kill. Ah. I mean, it's a... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, that was obvious, but that the monster was a guy, but like, yeah. Nothing revolutionary so far, actually, so I don't imagine that you'd be too... Eh.
Oh, bugger it.
Well, that was a graceful entrance.
Are you all right?
Aye. Aye. Everything's still attached.
Ah, it seems both our paths led here. Very good. We spent altogether too much time fleeing fiends horrid and numerous. How fared you? Much the same, then. 'Twould appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our... fortune?
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
Armbold and I forged ahead at the fastest pace we could manage, but I was not surprised to find you waiting for us. I suppose it serves us right for challenging the Warrior of Light. Next time we should agree on some manner of handicap. We may have lost Alphino, but think of what we found! Quite. I'm still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches. What? Like how you reeled at the sight of that floating specter, you mean? You should have seen him scream, Somnus. Must we do on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that is all that matters. Oh, Alphino was scared of the little ghosty.
Why you should be the boss, man? Just sit in the desk all day.
Alright. We'll tell Lisa of the treasure that we found. And see what we'll make of it. What we'll use of it. Hold on one moment. I'm gonna need to investigate that knocking I heard earlier. Was nothing. That knocking earlier. I think it was just because my mom was changing her bed sheets. So. you're really pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to? I'm glad you asked, Lise, and I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer. You're joking. The Mad King's Trove. I thought it was a myth. Ah, so did plenty of people, but they didn't have Somnus and Alphino in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with all of it, I vote that it goes towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. Gods, if there's as much as he's saying. Onvald did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it on our own. I have taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you will assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, you should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is counted for, and that goes for the spending of it as well. Thank you. Oh, there's one other thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you can give us, Alphino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. Commander! We got a problem! Deep breaths. Tell me, what's happened? A mob's gathered outside headquarters, and they've started making demands. You'd best come see for yourself.
Step back, all of you!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Bring her out! Bring her out!
What's going on?
Someone let slip about Fedorla.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it! I bloody knew it! We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Butcher the... Come on, you don't mean that! We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down!
Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Aye! And my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
So that's what all the fuss is about. Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Hey, who's this?
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance, but we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves, and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, Will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried? I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
I know you're right, I do. But I can't.
My thanks, Raban. Listening to that anger, I could feel myself being swept away. 'Tis a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas that same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. And now the war is over. All the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. Aye, and it's not just here. We've reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folk known to have cooperated with the Guardians. It starts with insults most often. Then someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even fought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I've even begun. Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, village elders, refugee leaders, and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate a nation's future on our own, so we've planned a summit of sorts. Alamigo stands at a crossroads. If this meeting will decide which path it takes, the matter of Fordola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt proceedings. Then let's execute her and be done with it. She herself asked to be put to death. Nago! I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated? And everyone who couldn't resist? There would be no one left. No. And we'd be no better than Feodoric or Xenos. Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak before her? Only I caught a glimpse of her past, a moment of it anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, unforgivable things. But in some ways, she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born. And that's something I can understand. Alright, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her too. I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fordola her powers. Be very warned, friends. She will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does.
Well, well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you? Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men! And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it! You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fedora. I see you for what you are.
Come along, Fadola. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right! Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who'd gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Fadola!
Traitors!
Please, you have to do something. My husband and daughter are in danger.
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of Arn.
We're citizens. We have rights.
Ah!
Father, I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive. Traitors!
Traitors!
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Vidola, please! You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier? Oh, gods! What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes, wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past? And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they? Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay! You. How? All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone. The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why?
You know why. You saw.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Fordola enough, something to think about at least. I found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, Somnos, but the visions only come to me every now and then. From the way Fordola kept Winston down, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. That's a lot of bad memories to deal with. I wonder, could there be a fundamental difference between one who was born with the Echo and one who has been artificially imbued with it? Well, the Immortal Flames has been scouring that research facility ever since the liberation. There's a chance they might have answers for us. General Alden's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go and pay him a visit, shall we? Yeah, as you no doubt could tell, the screenshots of our memories are reflective of our current character's race, appearance, and glamour. So, because all the Heavensward scenes should have had me with my Heavensward armor on, all the Realm Reborn scenes should have had me with my Noctis glamour, etc., etc. And indeed, when I played through this patch the first time, it was the first time I Fantasia'd, and it used my Fantasia'd character, so. It's just loading in those scenes with a fancy filter over it. That's it. What news? You spoke with Fordola, I take it? Yes, as expected she didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Arnvald noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you found anything here that might explain why it's different from him? We've been hard-pressed just to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome Zion's expert assistance, if you'd have time to lend a hand. The device in which cryo was held seems even more ominous now that you know its purpose. The surrounding pods are marked Supply Subject, while this one bears the label Master Subject. The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All the pods are designed to drain the ether of the occupant, save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior has been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose? To To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. So many bodies. Every one of the victim of these experiments. Few show any signs of external injury. From what we've been able to determine, they perished from forcible ether extraction. Such a miserable way to die. Yikes, there's a lot of them. All different shapes and sizes too. I know little of and less of science, so any light you shed on this facility's operations would be much appreciated. Son, shall we start with you? Taken in combination with the testimonies of Cryo and Fankred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Cryo, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide the model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Cryo's echo? I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Cryo is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. The soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to those girls. And there's a sentry at her door, night and day, if she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past. But you don't just see their past, you live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed, as you recall, Azale was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Hreisfelger's past. Fordola had been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. If the results of these experiments have been relayed back to Golemwald, there will be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, to the entire Legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these gods-forsaken procedures, and Fordola remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish, not yet. Right. Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned. I understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the Fames to it. Let's go. Going looking for answers about the Echo and ended up getting schooled by Roban. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Elise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. It makes me realize how much we rely on his 40, and how much I still have to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? 'Tis a quandary which countless refugees now face. To continue the life they built in Ul'dah, or start again in the land of their birth. Somnus, a moment! I'm newly returned from Ul'dah with a message from the Sultana. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Well, I must away and attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. An audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of her consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those. Alphino, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Samus. Alright. Back here, let's...
I thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy. The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel. I speak of Rauban and his future. All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Ul'dah home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo. And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss. Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo and retaking his place at my side. I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt. Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Ul'dah or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears. Might I have your company for a brief adventure? Wonderful. Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
We're going right away. Okay.
Yeah. Go on an adventure with the Sultana. There's a lot of travel time, huh? Ah, there she is. Ah, that is not very conspicuous at all. I could barely recognize her. Perchance you remember Lyra, the merchant's daughter. This is the persona I assume when I venture beyond the palace walls to observe my subjects unnoticed. Ordinarily, Papa Shan would accompany me, but for this particular outing, I need an advisor, not a minder. And that is why I requested your company. Over the course of your many adventures, you have met people from all walks of life, in every corner of Eorzea, and I would make use of your worldly experience. Now, let us be on our way. Our final destination is Stone's Throw, just beyond the Gate of Nald. Oh yes, this place. This decrepit looking place. Look upon this procession of tattered tents. These refugees camp in squalor, at the mercy of the elements and Vanolin's predators both. The city's mighty walls offer safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is, and unless blessed by the hand of Nald himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Ul'dah. 20 years have passed since the fall of Alamigo, and 5 since the calamity, yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls on me. Your hands have been tied, Your Grace. Yes, my authority is limited, but that is an obstacle I must work to overcome. Shall we press on? I would follow the road to the unholy air. It was here, in this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in eastern Vanolen when an untimely rock slide crushed their carriage. To this day, it was not certain if the incident was simple misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. Raban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth he assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even if my parents' death were orchestrated by the monitorists, we could only have brought their hirelings to justice. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne as a biddable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of its citizens, quite unaware of the consequences my action would have for you and yours. I shudder to think how many goodly souls paid the price of my naivety. But I am no longer a child reciting the words of witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn in the monitor's damnable games. Forgive my outburst. You are one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind. Come, let us return to Ul'dah and visit the Colosseum. That would be the Gladiators Guild, or near it. Yes. From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. For years, I simply signed where I was told to sign, and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from the ignominious chapter in my life, for it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Raubon. The match I had been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. They had pitted the Bull of Alamigo against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinkered though I was, I would not stand for so obvious an injustice, and demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another, and my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned the gambling ring which had arranged for Raubon to die on the sands that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Raubon had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did, and when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theater. But as you know, Raubon is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years fighting on the blood sands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat on the syndicate. And then I had my blade. Oh, there it goes again.
Your Grace, you mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg of you!
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Sham. Raubon!
Your Grace, I have kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine. With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Uldar, and so, as tradition dictates, Raubon Aldin, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last. Long live the Sultana, and long live Uldar!
Words cannot well express what the man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being, of course. Papa Shan's love for me is that of a grandsire for his grandchild. But upon others of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Raubon, with the authority of a syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. He was the only edge which would cut the strings that bound me. We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan's Sorin for long, and there are other places I would visit. To the Azanef Al-Suri. Ah, the Thaumaturgist Guild. Why didn't you say so earlier? Swear all black mages start off, by the way. When the calamity threatened, Raban led the Alliance forces into battle on the plains of Cartanel, and I remained here. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Willie Slaw would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I have made a custom of visiting the shrine during each of my little exertions. Here I bless and seek the blessing of fall, reflect upon my choices, and ask myself if I am fulfilling my duties as a Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as a champion because you have led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea. In much the same way, I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. If I am to be a Sultana worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Ul'dah. That is really loud. Karaoke tonight is, like, way louder than it normally is.
Right.
I have chosen my path, Somnus. With Alamigo now freed from Imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Yeah, that is way louder than it normally is. Holy shit. I need to find a way to, like, reduce that. Already, many displaced Almegans seek to begin the long trek home. And as you well know, our artisans at school should be willing to accept shall be willing to accept any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive, and this time the Ul'dah Treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is, of course, another question. Why not seek the advice of one who employs refugees? A wise suggestion. Mayhap a visit to the Gold Saucer is in order. Its proprietor is a member of the syndicate, and he is one of the few who pay refugees a fair wage. I wonder, are you acquainted with Godbert Mandeville? Yes. That's from Godbert Mandeville from the Mandeville quests. He owns the Gold Saucer. So, yeah, if you wonder why the Mandeville quests are as hilarious as people say, that's part of the reason why. I only say part of the reason. There's a shit ton of reasons why the Brandon Mandeville quests are fucking hilarious. But, yeah. Though I need not explain his eccentric nature. Let us make our way to the landing, and I will see that word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Godbert should be only too glad to receive us. Yeah, Godbert is a very fun and interesting character, so
we'll see.
Yeah. You would see a lot more of him in the Mandeville quests, but for now we'll just see him in the main quests for a little bit. Kind of as a taste, how the Hildebrand quests are fucking hilarious. I've ridden aboard a public airship before, but this will be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess to some excitement. Let's go to the Gold Saucer. Okay, that is stupid loud. Hold on, let me see if I can, like, open a window if that might open. Nope, nothing's helping. I'm just gonna have to turn up the game then, just to drown it out. I heard descriptions of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. No, I couldn't possibly. We did not come here to fritter away the royal coin. Godbert will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. Oh shit, I actually have business here. Hold on. Let me enjoy my daily bit of lottery and gambling. For a little bit.
Wait.
Also, if you listen, I don't know if you went this far, if you went to the Gold Saucer in Final Fantasy VII, but this is just straight up the theme from Final Fantasy VII. Bad luck today on the lottery. What the? Hold on, I have a. I want to sell this card. Why are you not letting me sell my card? It's just going straight to the. What? That's weird, actually. Oh, it's because I'm in New Game Plus, isn't it? Hold on. Spend this real quickly. There we go. Okay, back to New Game Plus. Also, I'm gonna use the restroom. Alright, I'm back. It sounds like the karaoke is starting to subside. As in, it's starting to get quieter. I think it was just a particularly loud song. Anyways. To view Wonder Square West. I don't know why they call these squares. They're clearly circles. My apologies, Your Grace. I have kept you waiting. No apologies are necessary, Godbert. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at such short notice. When my son's good friend and Sultana herself come calling, there's no more important engagement. As to the purpose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the Crown might best aid the refugees residing in Vanland. You are aware, I am sure, that many of Alamigo's displaced sons and daughters long to return to their newly liberated homeland, and you are also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them that suffering. What advice have you for me on the matter of how it might best be distributed? The unusual circumstances of our meeting and your gracious choice of companion would suggest to me a desire for an honest and unvarnished opinion. I shall give you one. My advice to you is stop. Taxing Oldal's wealth to save Alamigan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea. You oppose my proposition? Most emphatically, I agree with your grace that the refugees must have housing and employment, but what profit is there for Oldal in this arrangement? Profit? After all you've done for Kiribanians displaced, I thought you the very last person to seek the benefit from their misfortune. Forgive me, Your Grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It is a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one of pity. Your intent is to save refugees, is it not? For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, then we begin to rely upon it, to expect it. And then we must consider Ul'dah's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of you spending the nation's coin, not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Alamigo, it is unlikely they will applaud your generosity. Surely, it is not Your Grace's intention to foster new resentments, but to spread goodwill. Indeed. Then any support I pledge to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency, whilst also serving the interests of the people of Ul'dah. Exactly so! Such an arrangement will create a far more equitable relationship with the returning Alamigans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects. You have given me much to ponder, Lord Mandeville. I thank you for your time, though. Prophet. The thought never even crossed my mind. But standing about lamenting my naivety will not do anyone any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Somnus, are you perchance acquainted with any successful merchants? If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with an knack for business. Ordinarily, I would not trust any agent of the East Alderaan Trading Company, but if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem... those are some noises. But if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, I am content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Ukugane and speaking with him on my behalf. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the leisure for a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers are wont to do, I shall await your report by the 8th rate in Ul'dah. A fair journey to you, Somnus, and a swift one, if you please. They even acknowledge the fact that our mode of transport is primarily teleportation. Neat.
Perfect. Okay, I need to go eat now.
Okay.
And that looks like a good place to take a break.
Okay, I'll take a break too. I need to eat as well. I'm actually kind of hungry.
Alright, sounds good.
Yep. Put up the BRB.
Now I'm max always, but...
Yeah, but... let's try and speed it along, yeah. Right. I just went took a. I'm back by the way. Just went and took a shower. His food is not ready yet. Lover's preparing it. So I don't know if Snouse is bad. He's muted, but he's not deafened, so he's surely going to hear me. But I mean, I have no reason to assume. So I'm just gonna chill. Then, thinking hard about the Evil East quest. I wonder if... Hold up, suspending the quest here. I wonder if the Baja storyline is in New Game Plus yet, because the Baja storyline is actually fucking amazing. But I wonder... I don't think it is. Yeah, Void quests, Roll quests... We have Tales from the Shadows, but that's not necessarily all. And Tales of the Dragon Song War. We could explore at some point. Oh, this is all theoretical, by the way. I actually wonder if they're part of the Return to Evil East raids. I would assume not so. Hold up. Let me look that up then. Return to Evil East. Lexington family, Genomus, Ramza, and Alma, they search for the disabled land of Evil East. They have to clear their Holy Family's name. The story shares many similarities to those of Tactics and Clothes. As such, players should be very wary of possible spoilers related to those games. It's a pretty short story, all things told. But it doesn't look like the Bottom and Separate Fronts is connected to it at all. But you do need to have completed it in order to do Baja. Taste off, by the way. I was just looking at the Evil East quests to see if they include the Baja quests as well. It seems that they don't. And it seems as though the Baja quests have yet to be put in New Game Plus. So... I was just...
happened to Ed Walker finish the job.
Probably, I don't know. I was only thinking about it. I wasn't really, we're not gonna touch it at all. We have no time. We simply just don't have the time. It was just me throwing out the possibility because I kind of wanted to see if we could do the Baja quests again, if we could. That's just my own personal curiosity, not for the stream or for you to see or anything like that. Anyways, let's keep on going here. I may have to leave again for another break just to eat. So, because my mom's only preparing food right now. We haven't actually eaten yet, so.
Doesn't look like we'll be able to freaking finish today anyway, this pod.
I don't know. Again, it's a patch quest. It's gonna be shorter than.
I'm looking at it. It's really short in terms of quest, but I don't know. It's like we're technically a fifth of the way through.
Well, again, like it's a patch quest. It's not part of the expansion. It's not that. It shouldn't be that long.
It looks very short, at the very least.
Yeah. Well, we'll try and speed through these quests as much as possible. So. Because I want to finish one a day, man. I really, I really do. Yeah, we'll try and speed through this as much as possible. I don't imagine this is going to be too long either, by the way. Each patch quest should only be about, like, hour or two, maybe, so. That is the window, or that is the door opening. The window's open. The wind that is pulling my door open. Hey! Welcome back, Somnus. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? With Lorarito? And you agreed to this? I'm well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I had hoped to keep the monetarist at arm's length, and him in particular. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I am to rule Ul'dah effectively. Very well, I will meet with Lorarito. Let us go on ahead to the Waking Sands and prepare for his coming. Oh hey, it automatically teleports me here. I don't need to fucking... That's nice.
The advantages is realm reborn.
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help. You have made your point. 'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask. There, would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira?
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I am glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lorarito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
And she looks way younger up close. Fits.
Yep, she does.
By all means. I must say, I am most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate. But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Ul'dah and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lorarito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Ah, 'twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more. To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Ul'dah. Ha! I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
We actually pick.
Yeah, the Saltery, I think.
Ah, yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the Saltry and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient, and in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gil.
The local citizens will need to be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenar Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ounce of profit from its production. The Loch's bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders, just as Your Grace desired.
A deal is struck then.
Okay, that right there was the wind.
Did not hear anything.
The stream must be hearing it. Because I saw that the mic levels just fucking spiked when the wind started to pick up. So,
Discord does its job at the very least for audio.
yeah, Discord's doing its job. I have to do my job to make sure the audio is fine on the stream. And, the wind has passed, clearly. By the way, the mic is picking up every single time the bass goes up on the karaoke, so... the subwoofers on those speakers must be fucking godly, then. If I'm picking up from all the way across the house. Alright. Are we done with... no, we're not done with politics yet. Well, kind of done with the politics of it all. Now we have to concern ourselves with the economy! Because of course...
So interesting, part one.
Well, yeah, the majority of the quests from here on is just gonna be, like, the fallout of our revolution. Because, like, come on. Like, you know the way the story is being told, you know? Every meticulous detail being told. Okay, from every time we fucking kill a god to every time we take a piss break afterwards.
Yeah, man. Miscellaneous quest time, use the restroom.
Somnus, you're back. What did Nanamo... Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Sultana? Listen, you need to make money for yourselves. Raban says he's going to return to Ul'dah, but she isn't sure he wants to. Tell us something we don't know, but I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. And this plan to revitalize the Saltry does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Rorito's help is another question. After all that has happened, he is the very last person I would expect her to turn to for advice. But on a more practical note, Lise, assuming the interim government elects to accept Uldah's proposal, I have one caveat I should like you to include in the bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal, after all, and allowing Ul'dah to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Rorito too much control. Honestly, Alphino, it's like Kagane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? But yes, you do make a point, a good point. First things first, though, we need to discuss this proposal with the Saltry's residents. Okay, by the way, like, you can't blame Alphino for being too cautious around the man. Okay? Remember the Crystal Braves?
Forgot what happened.
Clearly she forgot entirely about the Crystal Braves.
Short memory, man.
Whiskar, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Wat thinks of the idea before agreeing to anything. Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along, Solus? I might need you to fill in the details. Then I shall come as well. Should what wish to discuss figures? My knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful. But like this really is taking the Rome wasn't built in a day approach, you know? It literally is. We weren't just liberating the country, we have to rebuild the country from scratch. We're gonna use your company to make money. Well, bugging me. We've never had the coin on our hands to put the place back to how it was, but it sounds like it's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. Doesn't account for all the nasties queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the shore. Alright, well, don't worry, Granddad. We'll take care of that. Commander Hex has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked. I'd appreciate that, Wisco, my lad. Surely I would. So, does this mean you've gotten better with that blade of yours? I've been training, aye, but mostly to kill Imperials. You've some experience hunting monsters, don't you, Solus? Think you could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them? Let's not waste any time then. I'll see you by the lock. While you're busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watts explain to me exactly what is required to restore the sorcery to its former glory. Good hunting. Okay, here is the basics on monster hunting. First, you search for a monster. Say, oh, you have to search for the monster's weak point. The weakest bit of the monster. Are you sure it's not where the joints are? I mean, the weakest point of a Clarab is indeed where the joints are, so... I mean... Okay. Apparently it's not where the joints are, it's where the jaw is. The Yabi's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. Ah, looks like you found a Yabi. They say hitting their shells is like smacking a rock. Any suggestions? Aim for the soft underside of the head. Vulnerable under the head, are they? Right then, wish me luck. Smack. Eat dead. Congratulations. Thanks, Somnus. I did just as you told me, and the wavekin went down like a sack of potatoes. Let's find something else. Don't touch that one, by the way. This one's a little tougher than the rest of them. Alright. Now we are looking for the full bad's weak point, which will be traditionally Huh. Apparently it's the eye in this one. Okay. Fobat's hands are large and powerful, but destroying the crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate. You sense power pulsating from behind its brow. Ugh, Fobat. How do I defeat one of those? Just hit it really, really hard! As hard as he can. Now, destroy the core within its brow. I knew it was around its head, but, inside its head, is it? I'll try and stab it right between the eyes, then. Because if you take out the heads, the hands go down with it. It's not easy fighting with the Liberator of Alamigo watching your every move. But I got the job done. Thanks for the advice, Summers. Feel a lot better prepared for my patrols now. Anyway, we should head back to the Sultry before Grandad starts to worry. I've been sniped at the snipped at the pieces by it and fed to Yabi's hatchlings. Taught Whiskar how to kill monsters. What else would you have to ask of us? It seems Whiskar has the Saltery's security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Watt and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here should and could be made into very presentable dwellings. Message from General Alden! Apologies for the interruption, sir, but the General would speak with you at your earliest convenience. Do not feel obliged to wait around on my account. I will remain here to hammer out the finer details with Watt, and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Uldar. You should go. General Alden asks that you wait for him by the main gate in the Alamigan Quarter. My apologies again, sir. Very well. Ugh. Wait for our man.
Apologies for the wait. People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far. But it is no concern of yours. We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light. I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal. Aye, well, it would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
Execution is not the answer.
You would spare these animals? Yours is a more merciful brand of justice than mine. In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard. Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me. I bear a share of the blame for Ilberd's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Alamegan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did. Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't. But even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness. Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Uldar and take my place at the Sultana's side.
Father...
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword. But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain. Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
That took longer than I intended. At least you know where I stand. Now that's settled. Arnold, what news? We may have a problem, sir. A group of Nanta has arrived at the main gates, and I don't mean to veer. They are Kaliana, the ones that summoned a primal. They're insisting that they be allowed to attend the council. Lise is trying to reason with them, but she may need help. An invitation was extended to all the native beast tribes. We assumed the Kaliana would refuse it out of hand. We had best go and see for ourselves. Pippin, take command of our forces and be ready for battle. Somnus, you've dealt with these Kaliana before. I'd have you at my side. Somnus, Raban! Gods, it's good to see you. Ah, the Slayer has come! We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss, but we did not come here to shed blood. You claim to seek harmony with all who call Gir Abania home. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask that you please surrender any crystal jewelry. You have my word that it will all be returned to you when the meeting is over. We will do as you ask, but you will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors. I reckon that's the closest we're getting to a compromise, and we will have people standing guard. Aye, let them keep their swords. Then we have an agreement. Lead the way to your meeting chamber. It looked like negotiations were short and already done by the time I came here. Why did he need to call me? Why do I have the feeling we've welcomed a viper in our midst?
Get a snake or something.
This Kalyana Elder's intentions seem at odds with all we know of her tribe. What do you think, Somnus? The enthralled cannot be trusted. Aye, it is said that once a creature has fallen under the sway of a primal, there is no salvation, and I strongly doubt the Kalyana have suddenly broken free of Lakshmi's will. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The guard must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on the Scions? I'll round up our comrades and send them to the Almegan Court. You can go ahead if you like, Sonus. My thanks. I'll see you in the palace. I can just teleport there. What am I doing? Somnus, I brought reinforcements. Anval told me of the arrival of our unexpected guests, and agreed that it would be prudent to call upon Yusho and Frankfurt as well. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. I'm not... After this cutscene, I'm gonna have to leave for food. Because the food is ready, so... I'm not familiar with the Kalyana tribe myself, but Alize's report suggested that they shunned contact with other races. Despised it, in fact, even compared to other Ananta. Indeed, this apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected a response to our invitation, which was an envoy, and I imagine Lys was forced to make some rather hasty arrangements in order to accommodate them. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? If the meeting is to be held in the throne room, it would seem wise to have eyes both inside and outside the palace. Yusho and I can stand guard without. That leaves the three of you to keep watch over proceedings in the throne room itself. Understood. We should join General Alden inside then. Somnus, do you know the rear entrance to the palace? It's on the eastern edge of the city, on the top of the stairs. The guard there should have been instructed to let us pass. Okay. I'll park myself right outside of the quest marker so that we can just jump straight for it by the time I come back, because I need to go eat now. Try and make it swift, though. I will try and make it swift. And we're back again. Oh fuck. Is Ixion up? Ixion is up. Nah. I'm gonna have to ignore Ixion. I already have the mount. I'm just gonna go.
Fun politics. Sounds among.
Thank you all for coming. I am Lise Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern. You've come from every corner of Girabania to help decide the future of Alamigo. But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in? For me, it was that empty throne. It has no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king. Would any of you like to take their place? Or should someone else sit there? Then let's sit here in a circle, as equals, and I hope, as friends.
Expertly done. Lise has removed monarchy as a choice early in the game, and positioned them to consider a joint government. All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Thank you, Ragenfrid. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kalyana. Tell us, how do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
The Ananta wish only that those who dwell within Girabania devote themselves to our faith.
Of course, why would he expect anything else?
You shall all worship Sri Lakshmi!
Again, why would we have to expect anything else, sir?
Lady of Bliss, grace us once more with your beauteous visage!
Everyone's just sitting there.
No, at this point, there's not really much we can do to stop her. Yep, she's back.
This can't be happening. No crystals were allowed through the door.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all.
It's up to us.
Honestly though, what did we expect to happen?
guards, damn it! The guards were already turned!
Well, that was clear a few things.
No, you don't!
The Kaliana would see us all enthralled.
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvold to shield us.
Aye, but they can't well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
Alright, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Yeah, whatever she's about, she'd best make it quick. Come then. Who will be next to die on my steel?
Alright, use the duty action Deflect to dissipate ether spheres Lakshmi releases during the battle. Be warned that allowing an ally to be enthralled by an ether sphere will result in failure. And yes, any one of them. Don't worry, it's not that. It's not that bad. Alright, Arenvold shall be the main tank here.
Why, I offer you peace and serenity.
Fuck your peace and serenity.
Boy of light, it's in the name.
God, they're trying to make this into Toho. Yikes, they really are trying to turn this into Toho. That's a lot.
I shall free you from your hate!
She's doing it again! Ah, I can't fucking take this! Holy shit! There's so much!
For the power.
Damn it all! It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
Ah, yes, she has the echo too, right.
What of it? Do you want to kill this thing or not?
Almost certainly. Alright. Round 2. they're all leaving? I have a melee range, lady! Oh, goodness. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Well, I can't move. She's going after Elise and Raban. Okay. Come on. Flex! Come on! Where's she getting all this from? Okay, alright. God, opener number 4. Not gonna have me use one single opener, alright. Let's see how it is.
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
Die already! Kill her off. We're almost through. Yikes.
Here it comes!
There we go. One primal done.
We did it! We beat her!
What is this?
I'm only gonna say this once. The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the Echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't. I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Alamigo. Your choice.
Seven hells. It's her, the Butcher.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
You are not forgiven. Not you. You, I will never forgive. But I will thank you. For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
Well fought, Somnus, Arnvald. That was a near thing. Aye, our stand against the Kalyana would have been brief, had you not volunteered for guard duty. We'd be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned this far in advance. Security was my responsibility, and I know how dangerous primals can be. I should have... It's my fault, my stupid mistake. Nay, lass. We all are caught unawares. We will take this as a lesson, and watch our own more carefully in the future. Excuse me. You can be sure that the lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. The soldiers who first spoke up in favor of the Kalyana, keeping their weapons springs to mind. A primal servant is betrayed by his aura. If you mean to conduct an investigation, I can identify any others acting under Sri Lakshmi's influence. Thank you, Stella. We appreciate the help. Speaking of help, I almost fell over when photo attendant. What was she even doing there? I asked her to come. I saw it. Well, that explains it then. sad, but Ragnfrid was right. Victims will never forgive her for what she's done. But I don't think Fordola picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She just wanted to fight for her country. If you say the world in which Fordola grew up is partly to blame for what she became, then as an Alamegan, I feel responsible for improving that world. We can't ignore what's happening now. We have to show people a better way than vengeance, or we risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I want to help people to let go of their old grievances and make peace with one another. And I'll hold 1,000 meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face if that's what it takes. It's a long and arduous path you've chosen, but one well worth walking. Rest assured that I will do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Alphino. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but not one of them seemed ready to run. We're all determined to finish what we started.
I will see that you're not interrupted. Somnus, you and the Scions are to stand down. Get some rest. You've earned it.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens. The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government model on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people.
Democracy.
It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave. Forget something? Your Grace, there was no word.
Raubon Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
But, Your Grace...
Raubon, I am no longer a child. Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Uldar? For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies. So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo.
Smile for me, Raubon. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Ulda.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
I forgot how touching that scene was. Of course, if we didn't go on that little excursion with the Sultana earlier, then that wouldn't be nearly as touching as it ended up being, so...
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project. She was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope you were still there.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest.
Alphino is so teasable.
Yeah.
But I must yield the floor to Raubon. He has an important announcement to make.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
Some small band of boys with swords, yes?
You may be getting on in years, Father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Yes, the bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor. And you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
They're still in shock.
So, does this mean you're staying?
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be
Might need to
glad
lend a
aid
hand.
you in rebuilding our nation.
If he says, "Welcome home, Raoban."
Yeah, let's shake on it. On the one hand you have.
Well, that was unexpected. Though you seem distinctly unsurprised. Either you are more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch.
No, you're definitely losing your touch. You were shocked for 2 whole minutes.
In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
Oh, by the way, now, since we're still on the topic of joking about Raban's lost arm, I'll have you know that the quest reward for this is this one title. If I scroll down to it, it's a little further down. It's a little further down. Oh, damn. It's not that far down, is it? There we go. Raban's left arm is the title you get from this quest.
Perfect.
So, yeah.
It's like he needs a hand.
Yeah, since we were on the topic of joking about Raban's arm, anyways, back to Kingsglaive I go. Upon completion of this quest, you will be able to access the palace's rooftop gardens by speaking to the royal menagerie attendant. Huh. I did not know you could go to the rooftop gardens. I always assumed that was exclusive to right before you fight Shinryu. In case you were wondering, of course, the Kingsglaive title is given to you for the 15 event, because of course it is. Technically speaking, your character becomes a Kingsglaive from 15. If you look at the technicals of 15's lore. So... Well, here we are again. Alphinaud has regaled me with a thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed everything. I was patrolling the palace grounds with Frankfurt and Yustola when we heard the report of a primal in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others have said, we were lucky to find our echo-blessed champions nearby this time, but we'll have to keep a closer eye on the Kalyana. You can say that again. This whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kind still are. It looks like centuries of fear and mistrust can't be washed away in a day. But someone has to make an effort at reconciliation of these conflicts are ever going to end. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out in vengeance, but I have been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisals will only lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, something Lakshmi was the broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which isn't to say we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Vera and M tribes first. I plan to have resistance scouts keep track of Kaliana's movements at all times. My parents will be relieved to hear that. Her father, who happens to be everyone else's father, including her mother's father, parent, possibly.
In home Alabama.
That's just the way that some tribes work, my guy. Okay, if a nun is nun for 50 years, that's unavoidable. So
it should be.
Let's see. What are your plans for the rest of the Resistance Army? Out of interest, are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? Oh, by the way, we don't actually know the way that gene pools work in Final Fantasy XIV's lore. For all we know, incest could have 0 consequences at all.
Most likely does. At least for the Makote. Probably. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hey, man. If they've been breeding with each other for centuries and nothing went wrong, then nothing goes wrong.
I guess so, yeah. I will note that the reason why that's the case is because there are a significantly larger amount of female Makote than there are male Makote. Like a significantly larger population. I'm saying that, like,
you already said this.
Yeah, there's like
dream.
There's like 4 to it's like 4 to 5 females for every 1 male. So
Patrick being Realm Reborn all those weeks ago.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's never getting beat though, so it's okay. He'll forget that conversation.
Yeah. That would be a question for the Resistance newest recruit. A military commander with far more experience than me. What? The Bull of Alamigo? We call it an army, but the Resistance is really a collection of smaller, independent groups, and when Conrad passed his command on to me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Raga's Reach. He just happened to be serving as a Resistance spokesman at the time, and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray. But that time has passed. When I speak of the other leaders about reforming the army under the new government, I'll be nominating Rauban as the overall commander of our forces. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed, he is in all respects the ideal choice. Assuming he accepts the post, Amigo will have added a formidable weapon to its arsenal. And given the progress of Nanamo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. The seeds which we so carefully sowed have begun to quicken, my friends. I like that. We tend to our promises and watch as El Amigo blooms. Ooh, we're back here. We're back at the interesting plot here because Gosetsu's still alive. I do give thanks to the Kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas.
Okay, he freaking paddled again.
He paddled! Yes, he paddled all the way to Kagane. I mean, like, it's not the shortest, it's not the longest route that he's ever taken.
Just that this time, like, he didn't have an actual boat.
Yeah, he fucking used, like, the log that was on the island.
The one tree.
Yes, exactly.
Poor tree, it's gone now.
Dude, this man is fucking insane, I swear to you. Anyways. But their generosity ended. Without coins in our pockets or for new attire, we are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Oh, woe betide the poor man in the city of rich merchants. These tango are delicious. Will you have one? More sweetbreads! I surrendered my blade to secure what few coins we have!
'Tis like talking to a child. Why fate saddled me with this burden, I shall never know. But I am alive, and I must return to my master's side. Come to you. We shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace... Have you read the reports? First Doma, then Alamigo, and Lord Xenos put to the sword. Do not believe everything you read. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded, and that he was already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chests and boast loudly of taking his head, regardless. Nay, Lord Xenos lives! Deplorable that our own officers should be fooled by alien misinformation. Small wonder the provinces have begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official and above all accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains then. We shall put the lie to the claims. Ooh, someone mad. Who mad though? Is the question. Anyways, now it's finally time to go back to the Doma storyline. Somnus, great timing. I was about to send word to the Scions. I've got lots to tell you. The Council has officially recognized the Resistance as our standing army, and I expect you can guess who's been appointed commander. Suffice it to say, we're in good hand. Oh no.
Bell was like, you know what, let's continue this joke.
The devs didn't want to let their jokes go. They did not let their joke go.
Oh, hand.
One singular hand. Having the bow of Alamigo at home's done wonders for morale. People were dancing in the streets when the announcement was made, and we have you and the Sultana to thank for it. If you two hadn't worked your magic, he'd never contemplated following his heart. The Council was also decreed that we're to maintain a presence at Rauger's Reach. Police will continue to lead our forces in the fringes, a job she's been doing tirelessly. But too tirelessly, some might say. We're constantly having to remind her to rest before she falls over. That's an exaggeration, and I always get up again. Anyway, we can hardly afford to lower our guard now, not after our latest brush with Lakshmi. Speaking of which, we've been keeping a close eye on the Kalyana, and it looks like they've chosen a new leader. It's, Shanti's daughter. You know, the half-dead one. For whatever reason, the Kalyana thought she was the best candidate, which makes them leaderless, basically. As things stand, there's no prospect in engaging in talks, let alone coming to an understanding. But I won't let that stop me. I'll keep on reaching out to them until they finally see sense. Just like I've been going out, reaching out to Fordola. She won't meet my gaze, but she's been trying to, but she's given up trying to ignore me. It may only be the odd grunt, but at least she's responding. I'll get through to her yet. Somnus, there you are! The twins. Half an hour, Alize. Is everything alright? We've received word from Tataru. Hancock has apparently acquired information of great interest and urgency. More than that, she didn't say. Only that we should come to Pagani right away.
I had a mind for the two of us to set forth together, but Alize is determined to make it a party of three. As I've told you more than a dozen times, brother, my wounds are quite healed, and I would benefit from some fresh air. Besides, you may well need an extra pair of hands. Worry not, sister. I have quite given up on trying to convince you. Whether we be 2 or 3, we should depart as soon as possible. You will be joining us, I trust. Huh. I was about to say I'd come too, but I'll just have to settle for cheering you from afar. Good luck with whatever it turns out to be. Thank you, Lise. Rest assured, should this business prove to be of even tangential concern of Alamigo, we shall inform you without delay. Let us be off then. Hancock and Tartaru await us at the Ruby Bazaar offices. We go to Kugane. Ruby Bazaar offices, yes.
My friends, thank you for coming at such short notice.
We were told the matter was urgent. I take it Yugiri and Soroban are also involved?
My presence here is but a happy coincidence. I am come on separate business, which can wait.
It is a happy coincidence. You a happy fellow?
My apologies. Master Hancock, pray, tell our friends exactly what you told me.
Of course, of course. Some few days ago, a large detachment of soldiers was seen arriving at the Garlean embassy. This seemed to me most unusual, as no personages of note are due to visit for a matter of months. So, I made a few inquiries, whereupon I learned of a most curious rumor. Apparently, the soldiers were dispatched to Kugane to investigate recent sightings of a certain individual. The late acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma, Yotsuyu.
I beg your pardon?
I too am loath to believe it. I saw the keep come down on top of her. We all did.
I would not presume to question your eyewitness accounts, nor am I one to take rumors at face value. The fact is, the Garleans have no knowledge of what took place at Doma Castle. They may well be chasing after a woman who merely resembles Yotsuyu. But a woman who resembles Yotsuyu in the company of a grizzled Rogadan samurai? I dare say that thickens the plot.
Gosetsu! He's alive!
While I've no conclusive proof, I thought that such a possibility warranted your attention.
Have you informed Lord Hien? Well, I think we'd all like to believe the old bear survived.
Indeed. While I dare not give myself wholly to hope, I will not deny that I have prayed for such a miracle ever since that fateful day. But regardless of my personal feelings, if the Empire has seen fit to pursue these rumors so vigorously, we can scarce afford to ignore them. I am bound by duty to ascertain the truth of the matter. Will you join me in this quest?
Aye, we'll find Gosetsu together.
Thank you. If Gosetsu yet lives, he will need our help if he is to avoid capture.
Gosetsu is a dear friend, and we cannot abandon him to the mercy of the Empire. Our course is clear. Hancock, is there aught else you can tell us?
Alas not, but I have taken the liberty of employing one of the finest informants money can buy. You shall have the latest intelligence on the Garlean's movements, and more besides.
Money. If he didn't have those glasses, we'd see dollar signs in his eyes. The informant awaits your pleasure at the back streets of Sanjo Hanamachi. From its shining facade to its dark underbelly, few know Kugane as intimately as he. One of the finest informants money can buy. Why do I have a bad feeling about this?
Permit me to assist you in your quest, my friends. The sooner your business is concluded, the sooner we may speak of mine. Should your search take you away from Kugane, my boat is at your disposal. I shall see that she is ready to sail.
I'll give Soroban a hand. If he's providing a ship, the least we can do is supply the provisions. We'll be at the pier if you need us.
A welcome offer and an excellent plan. Without further ado, then, let's seek out this informant of Sanjo Hanamachi. In the Rakuza district, we go. Oh, Sanjo Hanamachi is the name of the fucking place, not the informant. Huh, okay, interesting. This should be the place. Now, we wait and see who comes.
It has been a while, my friends. Yes, yes, a long while indeed.
I knew it. Gyoto, any funny business? And you know what'll happen, I trust.
No funny business. Only loyal service to the finest quality information, of course. Such quality does not come cheap.
No, but then Hancock already paid you. Honestly, you must think we were born yesterday. I have half a mind to call Elise.
No, Elise! I beg you, no boots! I will tell you everything I know, free of charge! The Empire searches for Yotsuyu! High and low, far and wide, come to enlist my help, they did, promising rich rewards for decisive information.
And you have decisive information? Were the two individuals cited there indeed Gosetsu and Yotsuyu?
Alas, see them with my own eyes, I did not. But the Imperials are confident, yes, very confident indeed. Look at the size of their contingent. But there is something they must not know. A rumor which you will find most interesting, I think. They say an elderly Rogan samurai appeared on Kugane Dori with a beauteous maiden, and sold his katana to a pawnbroker. 'Twas no common katana either, but one of surpassing craftsmanship.
Well, that is interesting. Assuming it's true, did you corroborate the rumor with the pawnbroker in question?
No. Regrettably, I do not have a working relationship with the master of Shofuku Shichiten.
Now, why would that be, I wonder? If I didn't know better, I'd think he'd lend you money.
He will help you, I am certain. While you speak of him, I will make contact with my Garlean connections and learn what I can of their progress.
A glimpse of the blade is all I need to be sure. But is it wise to let the Namazu out of our sight?
No, he'll betray us.
No more betrayals! No more boots! To divide our forces is simply more efficient! He's right. Given the urgency, we would do well to split up. And so I will go with our friend here. Nothing improves efficiency like a little supervision. Yes. We will go together. There will be no boots. Let's be about it then. Good luck with the katana. Well, shall we reconvene at the pier later on? Fragrant as the Ruby Bazaar offices are, I prefer the fresh air. I believe Alizea has her task well in hand. Shall we seek out the pawnbroker? You've learned the emote greeting. Alright. Time to find our pawnbroker with this super cool ass katana he must have.
We're gonna buy it back.
Oh yeah. Pushy pawnbroker. Let's see. Never seen him. Okay. This doesn't seem to be the pawnbroker you seek.
Not the pawnbrokers you're looking for.
So you're told a Rogan Samurai's katana. Small wonder, it's a fine example of its kind. One moment. Dear, I hope you found our pawnbroker. Excellent work, Somnus. And that's the katana? There can be no doubt. This is Gosetsu's blade. The craftsmanship is exquisite, is it not? And you will be pleased to know that the pledge has just expired. I should be glad to sell it to you, assuming you have the coin. This is no ordinary weapon, you understand, and it is priced accordingly. But if you are serious, I suggest you act quickly, as several noted collectors have already expressed an interest. The blade represents conclusive proof of Gosetsu's survival. I suppose this could be considered a necessary cost in securing his safe return. Yet it is not a decision I can make alone, least of all when our nation has scarce begun to rebuild. I'll pay.
Simple.
Nay, my friend. Grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot ask this of you. It is enough to know that Gosetsu is alive and well. Yukiri, wait! The Scions will buy the katana. Pray consider it a gift. We'll pay! Trust me!
If it that hot.
Come now, our friend would never have released his blade, would need not great. And are we not bound by honor to help a friend in need? I say we are, and I'm sure Tetsuru and Tataru will wholeheartedly agree. It's settled then! You have made a wise choice, my friend. Such pieces are few and far between. Now, if you would be so good as to come this way, I shall prepare the necessary papers. Fucking will pay.
Hey, stop being nice. We'll cover it.
We'll cover it, exactly. I don't need this money. If I may ask, sir, after he visited your establishment, do you perchance know where the old samurai went? He is our friend, and we would return his weapon to him. A friend of yours, you say? I see. Well then, I suppose there can be no harm in telling you. No sooner had I provided him with the requested sum than his pretty young companion began clamoring for dango. I duly recommended those served at the Umineko Tea House. And thither did they set off. Clamoring for dango? Can these truly be the same people? It makes no sense. Some manner of code, perhaps. But it avails us not to speculate. Let us go to this tea house and see if we can pick up their trail. I've seen the cutscene. They really were going for They really were going for Dongo, so... Let's see. Of course I remember. How could I forget a pair like that? The most beautiful girl you ever see, scoffing down Dongo as if her life depended on it, while the old samurai looked on. Not what I expected, I'll wager. Far be it from me to gossip about my customers, but he was planning to spirit her away across the Ruby Sea, out of the reach of her family, no doubt. When the girl had finally had her fill, they set off in the direction of the Shiokaze hostelry, presumably to find someone discreet with a boat. So Gosetsu makes for Doma, but this woman who travels with him, the more I hear about her, the more I wonder if she can truly be Yutsuya. While doubts remain over the identity of Gosetsu's traveling companion, for now we can but follow the trail. Come, let us away to the pier, and make ready to sail. With luck, Halize will have already joined Master Soroban and Mistress Tataru there.
Excellent timing, my friends. Mistress Alize arrived here mere moments ago.
All went well on my end. Gyoto met with an Imperial officer and wheedled his way to some new information. It seems the troops who recently moved in Gugane came directly from Garlemald. The Imperials based here have been kept in development. And that's not all. A contingent of the aforementioned troops are preparing for deployment to the Ruby Sea. If I didn't know better, I'd say they picked up Gosetsu's trail. Then your information matches ours. We are quite certain that Gosetsu seeks to cross to the mainland. I'm sorry, did I hear that right? You used Scion Fens to buy Gosetsu's katana? At the asking price? Aye, well, we were in some haste, and it seemed a worthwhile gesture. Speaking of which, here's the contract to sale. Pray, see that man is paid. False beard, you agreed to this? Give me strength. Well, it's not like the search can wait. You'd best be on your way. But Alphino, we need to talk. I want you to come straight to the offices as soon as you get back. Promise me. Oh, very well. I shall call. Alphino has no idea.
Big trouble.
Alphino has no idea. The poor boy. The poor boy.
Got scammed. He doesn't even know it.
Exactly.
Grandma. He's grandma when the Indian scammer says. They're like, aha, I'm the prince from Africa. No, literally being scammed.
First, let us go to the Ruby Price. If Gosetsu has already set sail, the sentries there are sure to have seen him.
Alphino didn't know that he got scammed. That is adorable. Tataru seemed rather vexed, did she not? Even ever the melodramatist. I'm sure our finances can stretch to a single sword. He doesn't even know his budget. Remind me to explain the value of such gestures when we next see her. But I digress. We have work to do.
Right. I suggest we begin by learning what we can from the sentries. What's going on out there?
Travelers, are you? You may wish to postpone your plans. The Garleans have launched an attack on the Confederacy. We have no reason to believe they'll turn their attention here, but for your own safety, I suggest you return to Kugane.
The Garleans bear no love for the Confederacy, but with Doma lost to them, why would they attack? Unless
Yotsuyu is on that island.
Even if she isn't, our allies are under attack and they need our help.
We will help them, while you remain with Soroban. Arguing will only delay us. Is that clear?
Fine, but you haven't heard the last of this.
Soroban, we may need to make a swift exit. See that the boat is ready to sail at a moment's notice.
It shall be done.
What, and you're going to swim there, are you?
He's planning to swim.
'Tis the quickest way, and you may rest assured I've been practicing.
He's gonna swim.
Everyone have a side quest, save Alphino.
There he goes!
Okay, side quest time.
Come.
He just fucking belly flopped onto there. Is he okay? Holy shit, he's okay! I mean, he's catching his breath, but
he's probably like
Your defense is lacking. Leave this to me.
I think he's small enough to float, right? You know.
he's proud. You missed the dialogue, but he was like gasping for air and shit, and he said, "I did it! I did it!"
Yeah, it sounds like he actually tried.
Yeah. Oh, poor guy. Well, I mean, he did say he was practicing, and he made it, so, I mean, we're not gonna take the moment away from him. You're here for the old man, yes? He's at the top. You best hurry.
Lady Yotsuyu, we're here to rescue you. Please, come with us.
Stay back, Tsuyu.
Oh no! Old age!
Are you all right?
Is he all right?
Gosetsu!
Damn it, we took too long. Change of plan, eliminate hostiles! All forces, attack!
Okay. What? Oh, come on, seriously. Oh, this thing's so Oh, there's more. Ah, one more thing. This thing.
The art of my forebears.
God, they just keep on coming in, coming in. Yikes, this doesn't end. Oh, Alphino's preparing a spell. What's he gonna do? Oh, he's gonna do Starstorm.
Release!
Okay, we did it.
Oh my god, fuck.
Gosetsu, thank the heavens.
Yugiri, my friends, the Kami were kind to guide your steps this way.
It's over. The Imperials are retreating. I suppose we have you to thank for that. But they would never have come here were it not for her. I had a bad feeling the moment your samurai friend arrived with that woman in tow.
Do not be afraid, Suyu. These people are my friends.
Friends.
Forgive me, but at the risk of souring the mood, I believe you owe us an explanation. You may start by telling us what happened at Doma Castle.
Of course. I'll not begrudge you that. As you know, we were trapped inside the keep when it collapsed. But even as the roof crumbled above us, so too did the floor below. We were swept out into the One River, where we would surely have drowned had a stout wooden door not chanced to float by, offering us a raft of sorts. Exhausted, we drifted out to sea, at the mercy of the tides, which saw fit to dispense us on a desert island.
She was with you the entire time?
Aye. 'Twas her kimono which saved her from Hien's blade, believe it or not. Some Garlean witchcraft in the weave. But it offered precious little protection against the fall. Though she survived, she awoke bereft of all her memories, and speaking like a child.
A trick, surely.
That was my first thought, aye. And I contemplated cutting her down and being done with it. Contemplated it long and hard. Yet the Kami saw fit to deliver us from certain death. 'Twas their will that we survive, both of us, together. And together we shall go before our master. He shall be the one to judge.
Judge what?
She's your prisoner, old man. Do with her as you will. Call her Tsuyu, or whatever else tickles your fancy.
'Twas a name given out of necessity whilst on the road. Nothing more.
As you say. But remember this. Our people suffered much at that woman's hands. When the time comes, I trust you won't let emotion blind you to what needs to be done.
You have my word.
Well, I must be going. I have an unholy mess to clean up. You should be on your way too, before the Imperials decide to take another tilt. Oh, and we'll overlook the tithe this once. You're welcome.
As Tansui says, we should move on. It would not do for Yotsu to be seen out here. Now, if I know my sister, she will already be waiting with the boat at the nearby pier. Let's see if I'm right.
Right, have to go in like 20 minutes to pick my little sister again.
Okay.
Every Tuesday. Any cutscenes until then?
A few.
Right. Any big ones, I should say, like last time.
Yeah. He used 3 boats.
Yes! Door, it counts as a boat. I forgot I said that for me to say after the cutscene.
Gosetsu, thank the gods you're safe. It was all I could do to watch the battle from afar.
And it was all I could do to restrain her.
Can you blame me for worrying? Strong as Summoness is, anything could happen in the chaos. But enough about me. We need to talk about her. Greetings? They tell me you've lost your memory, and that's fine, but I want you to know something. I won't be taking my eyes off you, not for a moment. These people are strange. Are you sure they're your friends?
I am. They may behave strangely, but I trust them with my life. You have not to fear.
Alright, if you say so. Right. 'Tis past time we set sail. I, for one, would not keep Lord Hien waiting without due cause.
Aye, and the longer we tarry, the more we risk inviting trouble. Lest you forget the Red Koji bear no love for Yotsuyu either. I shall deliver you to familiar shores, near Isari, but out of the villagers' sight. Here is where we must part ways, my friends. I pray the remainder of your journey passes uneventfully. Somnus, when you are not otherwise occupied, I would speak with you about my next business venture. It promises to be extremely lucrative, and I do not say so lightly. After the prodigious sum spent acquiring a certain sword, it would present a fine opportunity to refill the Scion's coffers and restore the smile to Mistress Tataru's face.
Oh, come along, Tataru's overreacting. How much could a single katana possibly cost? Far more than you think, plainly. A blade like Gosetsu's is worth a fortune. Enough to buy a house and furnish it, which you would know had you bothered to check the price. What? I had no idea. Shit, that must have been 6 million Gilvin!
Alright.
Alphino, you maniac! Yeah, okay, listen, like, I offered to buy it, but even I would start to haggle at that point.
Alphino does not understand the concept of money.
Holy shit! You must meet with Lord Hien as soon as possible, though mayhap not at the Enclave. I will send word requesting that he receive us at the House of the Fierce, where there are fewer prying eyes. If all are in agreement, I shall scout ahead and see that the way is clear. Pray follow as swiftly as you are able, and join me in the outskirts of Namai. Fucking Alphino, I love you, man, but like speech 100, you need to learn to get speech 100, my guy.
My Lord Hien, I am returned.
Save your tears for the morrow. For we who yet walk the path should not think too much on the destination. When the hour arrives, we shall welcome what comes with open arms. And welcome it you did, even as the keep fell down around us. At that moment, in your smile, I spied a shred of hope. One which I have clung to ever since. Gosetsu! Full glad am I to see you alive and well.
We have played this scene before, have we not? Though this time our roles are reversed.
That they are. Meaning you know how I feel. Wholly at a loss for words. Welcome back, old friend. Now then, though we rejoice at your return, it seems you have brought with you certain complications. Rise, my friend. Tell me everything. The Empire is bold indeed to send a token force to engage the Confederacy.
As acting Viceroy, Yotsuyu would have been privy to Imperial secrets. The Garleans will not soon give up the chase.
Nay, it will end with her capture, or her death.
Are you a friend, too?
She claims to have lost her memory, though I know not if she speaks true. I brought her here that you might decide her fate.
Lost her memory, you say? Regardless, the people have not forgotten. Her face yet haunts their dreams. She cannot roam free. We will hold her here for a time. Place her in Jufia's care, with the express instruction that she is not to be seen.
Yes, my lord. Come.
No, I don't want to. Don't let her take me away!
It's all right, Tsuyu. I will come with you. Be a good girl, and listen to Yugiri.
From a hound at his throat to a puppy at his heel. If this is an act, it is a remarkable performance.
Thank you for delivering Gosetsu back to us in one piece. We are lucky indeed to have friends who would journey to the other side of the world to help us, and repeatedly at that. We have much and more to think upon, but as regards the Empire, we can but watch and wait. Now then, seeing as you've come all this way, you must allow me to show you around the Enclave. I would not have you thinking I've been idle in your absence. The rebuilding effort proceeds apace. I'm pleased to say, and we are now ready to welcome home our countrymen who were displaced by the war. Should they so desire it, there is a place here for those who fled to Eorzea. We should be delighted to accept your invitation, Lord Ian, and I have no doubt that your subjects of Revenant's Toll will be heartened to hear that the Lord has not forgotten them. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought that Gosetsu and Yugiri would be back by now. Forgive me, my lord, but Captain Jifuya is nowhere to be found. Oh? He was here when I arrived.
For now, we have taken Yotsuyu to a private chamber and assigned another to watch over her, my lord. But I will find it passing strange that the captain should leave his post by nary a word.
That does seem most unusual. If you mean to look for the man, we would be happy to assist you. We should be glad to help. While I search without, mayhap you could ask our soldiers here if they know anything. I will join you. With respect, my lord, you should remain here. Should the Empire move against us, you will be better able to coordinate a response. Ha! And I was thinking I was in charge. But you have the right of it. Go on. Then I will mind the house. Execute actions, I believe Earth and Water is the next one. No, Helping Hand is the next one.
Is it Helping Hand?
Alright.
I'll be traumatized for the rest of the day because of those jokes they made at the beginning. We got like 10 minutes there. Or should we stop right now?
Maybe one more cutscene, and then we'll stop.
Right.
Alright, we search for Jufulia. Oh my god. You okay, bruh?
Ah! By the Kami! Your Lord Heian! Leave me! Leave me, I beg of you. Say nothing of this. I was never here.
More.
There you are.
Lady Yugiri, Lord Gosetsu, forgive me my abrupt disappearance.
You have your reasons, I am sure. Will you not share them?
I was her master when she was yet a courtesan.
By the Kami.
She worked in my establishment. Her father was a regular client of mine. One day, quite without preamble, he offered to sell her to me. Yeah, she may be no maiden, he said, but she has some use left in her. He sold her short. When I first beheld her, I was struck by her beauty. And yet, behind her eyes there was an emptiness. It was as if she had given up on life. She seemed more a doll than a woman. It was no profession for her. But I knew she would be popular. And so it proved. Men flocked to drown themselves in that cold, bottomless gaze.
As he said this, mind you, he's part of the
problem. The rest you know. She became an Imperial informant and for her loyal service won the office of Acting Viceroy.
While you came to serve the Liberation Front.
'Tis said that the atrocities Yotsuyu committed were driven by vengeance. If so, I bear part of the blame for creating the monster she became. Joining the front was meant to be my atonement. But the truth is, I am a coward, whose only thought was to escape her wrath. Then as now.
I see. Then I shall recommend that you be assigned to a new post. I trust you have no objections, Yugiri?
None. It would not do to leave Yotsuyu in his care.
I am in your debt.
Who is it that you seek to protect, Gosetsu? Idle musings. Pray, pay me no mind.
now's not the time for brooding. Come, let us rejoin the others. Okay, we can finish this, I think we can finish this, quest.
5 minutes? Alright, let's go then.
Because we're pretty much done. We have 5 minutes. I thank you for your help in the search. Gosetsu has told me all that has transpired. I would not presume to defend the life Jufilia led before he joined the front, nor will I condemn it. Frankly, it is not my place to judge. I will only say this. The Jufilia I know has ever been a man of courage, but he should feel driven to flee bespeaks the depth of his terror. Even now, Yotsuyu casts a shadow over the realm. But the question of what is to be done with him must wait. The Empire is on the move once more. Okay, I think we're stop here. Just as a cautionary movement, since you gotta leave soon, so.
Right.
Yeah, I'll switch to the BRB screen.
returned. Excuse me again. Oh fuck. That was a big dessert. I'm assuming Stas isn't back yet, but well, we'll see. Yo! See? It's not back yet. Alright. There's a Mikote here named Zoe Bowie. Yeah, okay. Where they pre-ordered it? Shadowbringers, right? Wait, is Revolver from a pre-order bonus or from the digital deluxe edition? I think it's from a pre-order bonus. Actually, yeah, I have a Google machine right here. Let me look that up. FF14 Revolver. Collector's edition. Okay, alright. It is from the digital or physical collector's edition. Well, it's not a pre-order bonus. It's weird because Purim and Parum are separated from. So if you get the digital collector's edition of Endwalker, you get Parum, and if you pre-order it, you get Purim. Or is it the other way around? It's hard to tell. Let me actually look at my menu guides and confirm that. Palom. Okay, if you pre-order, you get Palom. If you, but the digital collector's edition has Purim. Actually, I don't know if I registered my digital deluxe edition yet. Let me actually go into Mog Station here. I haven't been able to for a while since Mog Station's been kaput for a bit. Multiple maintenances has been happening over there at once. I might have already registered them now. Yes, I already registered Endwalker Early Access. Did I register the Collector's Edition yet, though? If so, which one is the Collector's Edition? Digital Collector's Edition upgrade. It's only showing me out on the ones that are available currently. Endwalker's been available though. But since it's not part of the list of those available, I'm assuming none then. Whatever. Endwalker's coming in like a few weeks anyway, so I'll probably get my bonuses by then. Actually, considering that the Collector's Edition has a Reaper weapon in it, yeah. Yeah, I'd probably have to wait until then. Although, looking at my, looking at it on Steam, it's hard to tell which one's which, yeah? Because these are like really squished in, you gotta realize. Let me actually try and look at it on here. There we go.
purchase bonus content, which I have had registered for a while. Collector's edition content. I believe I punched those numbers in already, and they haven't. It seems I have punched those numbers in already, and they haven't given it to me, so. Yeah, it's not valid yet, so. Okay, just good to know. Someone lost a buff near me. Oh, a sad person. Okay. Yeah, Stoss definitely not back yet. What should we do when we wait for him? What's everybody else doing, actually? FC. Not much. I suppose I can look at the list of things we can do. Post Stormblood, scenario quests. Which quest are we? Storm on the Horizon. I'm assuming this line of quests might either end at Under the Moonlight or something else. It's definitely not a Requiem for Heroes. That's 5.5. That's the end. That's gonna be the end of part 4. I can very easily see it ending at Under the Moonlight. I thought Under the Moonlight was patch 5.2. I'm gonna look at it. Let me look at it. Level 14 page cycles. Page. Level 14 patch cycles. Patch list. The archives. Let's see. We had The Legend Returns, which is patch 4.1, and then Rise of a New Sun, 4.2, and Under the Moonlight is patch 4.3, so that's definitely going to be where we end off our part 3 of Stormblood then, it seems. That seems a little premature. Maybe we end off in Prelude and Violet? No, I don't imagine it. Maybe, though. I don't imagine it. Wait, that means that we already went through 5.2, or 4.2. No, we're in 4.2 right now, actually. Fuck! Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. How far are we from the end of 4.3 then, if that's the case? We shouldn't be that far away from 4.3. I suppose we aren't, really. Main scenario. Where did the main scenario for 4.3 start? Gosetsu and Suyu. Oh, fuck, it's lagging. Why is it lagging? Why is it lagging? I have a very powerful computer. Gosetsu and Suyu is the start of 4.3. Huh! We haven't even started 4.3 yet. And 4.3 seems to be fucking tiny in comparison as well. It's only like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 quests? Fucking tiny. Huh. Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 until the end of 4.2, Rise of a New Sun. Which I believe the name of the patch was but yeah, just that, Rise of a New Sun. That is interesting. They must have changed the name of this, man. Because this might be... Yeah, this might be the end of 4.1, which should have been Return of the Legend. I mean, I guess they just named it that so as to not spoil the story, even though it was pretty fucking obvious that Raubon was going back to Alamigo. Yeah, the Doma storyline seems tiny in comparison. Well, whatever the case. Another line of quests I want to do. I don't know if it's available in Moving Plus. We're certainly not really touching it, even if it is, but... we have the Return to East quests. And we also have the Sui's no Satsu quests in the Kojin Beast Tribes. But I don't believe those are available. If so, that'd be weird. I have a notification. What's this notification? Oh, it's just achievement. That was bothering me. Sorry, I was just dopping at the promotional artwork for these patch quests. Start for you. Pretty. Start back up. By the way, isn't the Endwalker promotional site up now? Let's see. I figure it should be at this point. Yes, it is. Blare the trailer up. No, it doesn't. View in-game bonuses now. Pre-order bonuses. Palom Minion in Menfina, which I have both of already. Early access to Endwalker. Edition. Yeah, you get the Death Scythe, so that makes sense that it's not available currently. So it's the Arya map. New story, new jobs, new challenges, new systems. The male Vieira is classified as a system. Endwalker hype. Patch 6.0. New story. Endwalker. The story so far. Just summarizes the story from when we're born to now. Okay, what else we got? They added it on to the challenges. Myths of the Realm is the Alliance raid, which goes over the pantheon of gods, the 12. Influences
package. The heritage of every clan and the customs villages, nations across the realm. This begins to discover how their tale began, and perhaps how it shall end. Ooh, damn, you have to fight the 12. Natural progression, of course, natural progression. Pandemonium! Which is a reference to Final Fantasy II's Final Dungeon. Oh, hey!
Ben voice, just got back.
Neat. Alright, let's continue onwards then. I've been here for a while, so. Let's go. Storm on the horizon. While you were out searching for Jifulia, we received word from our shinobi allies. An Imperial airship has been sighted over Doman soil. Our visitors' objectives remain unclear. It may be another attempt to recover Yotsuyu, or a prelude to invasion. Either way, the craft reportedly advances at speed, and appears bound for Castrum Fuminus. I mean to go there and ascertain their intent. If we ride out in force, it will only end one way, so we shall keep our numbers to a minimum. Yugiri, Somnus, can I count on you? Yes, my lord. Alize and I would fain play our part as well. We will not stand idly by watching a common foe threatens, while a common foe threatens the lands of our friends and allies. We will be glad to help. You are acquainted with Hakuro, I believe. Then I bid you seek him out and assist in maintaining order and the enclave. When the people see an Imperial airship, they are liable to panic. I would have you reassure them, and should it come to it, aid in their evacuation. Very well. We shall depart at once. Do take care. What of me, my lord? The Empire may well be after Yotsuyu. You are to remain here and guard her until my return. As you wish. Pray, stay close to Somnus and Yugiri. Well, well, guard duty, and not a breath of protest. Now I've seen it all. To Castrum Fuminus, then. Let us find out what the Empire's game is. Fuminus is here. Probably be sure to just teleport to Namai and go. The area is secure. Whatever our visitors' purpose, they plainly believe they can achieve it alone. The craft should come into view at any moment. Let us await them inside the castrum.
A smoke signal? Thoughts, Yugiri?
In former times, such signals were used to announce the coming of an emissary of peace. In Doma, at least. But could that truly be their intent?
Who can say? Whatever they want, we cannot simply blast them out of the sky. Not when they were so gracious as to honor one of our cherished traditions. I would not have it said that we Dormans want for propriety.
Then I shall go and reconnoiter.
Nay, that won't be necessary. We will meet them openly. I would welcome this student of Dorman history in person, whomsoever he or she may be.
As you wish, my lord. I shall arrange for a signal of our own to be fired in answer.
Well, that we should be received by the Lord of Doma himself.
I but afford an emissary of peace the courtesy he is due. Welcome to Doma, my lord.
Ah, where are my manners? I am Asahi Sus Brutus, Ambassador Plenipotentiary of Garlemald.
He is heir to the Naiuri clan, and Yotsu's stepbrother.
It seems I need not introduce myself, not in the presence of the famed Yugiri Mistwalker. Your skills as a shinobi are known far and wide, my lady. It is true, the former acting viceroy is my sister, yet bonds of kinship aside, we have precious little in common. As will soon become plain, I come not to sow strife, but to end it. I am of the Populares, a collective which represents the interests of the common man. Long have we labored to bring about reform to the Empire's provincial policy. Happily for us, our master acknowledges the need for change. Indeed, His Radiance, Emperor Varys Zos Galvus, personally sanctioned this mission, granting me the authority to speak with his voice. To negotiate peace with Doma.
Well then, we have much to discuss.
You are right to be suspicious, by the way. Every time I see this guy's face, fucking hate and anger seeps through my veins. So...
Oh boy.
Will you
I
accompany
just
me
thought
to
of
my
you
home?
guys nodding. I laughed.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Gladly, my
I'm not
lord.
having anything yet.
We shall escort our guests across the river to the Enclave. Yugiri, go and pray. Go on to the Yuzuka Manor docks and see that the ferries are ready. Lord Hien and I will accompany the Imperial delegation to the first ferry. When you're ready, speak with the boatman and join us on the other side. We shall go to the Doman Enclave now. I'll be there. Oh shit, I forgot. You can donate for the restoration of the Roman Enclave. Literally donation basket. Give actual money. Not actual money, but guild money. Yeah. And the more you give, the better it looks.
On behalf of my delegation, I offer you my humblest thanks. Never did I imagine that I would meet the gallant and noble Lord of Dorma himself, nor be welcomed into his magnificent hall.
You'll forgive me if we forgo the pleasantries. You say you are come to negotiate peace. Unless I am mistaken, such negotiations are typically conducted between sovereign nations. I was not aware that the Emperor had recognized Dorma's sovereignty.
His Radiance has yet to do so, that much is true. Know, however, that he has expressed willingness to cede Dorma to her ancestral masters and treat with her as a friend. Since the days of Emperor Solus, the Empire has aggressively expanded its territory. While you may not agree with our founding father's policy of expansion, I believe there is room for discussion on the matter of his lifelong goal, to rid the world of icons. Icons are a blight upon this star. They cannot be suffered to exist. This you know as well as we. In his wisdom, Emperor Varus wishes to explore the possibility of an alliance to combat this common threat. On the condition that Dorma renounces summoning and pledges to police the Korgin's practice of it, his Radiance would extend the hand of friendship.
Dorma has never shown any appetite for summoning, and it should go without saying that we will address any threat to our people, icon or otherwise. With regard to the Korjin, I must stress that they only resorted to summoning under extreme provocation. When the Ruby Sea was at peace and their sacred relics safe, they looked not to their kami for protection. Yet even now there are certain parties who would destabilize the region with ill-conceived military forays. Unless they alter their course, we cannot hope to be rid of icons.
Quite. I can but apologize. In seeking to eliminate icons, the Empire creates them. 'Tis an irony among ironies, one with which the people of Eorzea are well acquainted, I am told.
Indeed. Many summonings are the result of persecution. the weak being driven to call upon the divine for deliverance from the strong. So it was in Alamigo, the bitter fruit of Garlean oppression.
A tragic state of affairs. If we are to put an end to summoning once and for all, it shall not be through might, but harmony. Yet we continue to repeat our mistakes, oblivious to the lessons of history. My comrades and I would change all that. We, Populares, have campaigned long and hard for a shift in imperial policy. And at last, the Emperor has seen fit to lend us an ear. Alas, there is a faction within Garlemald that would obstruct our every attempt at reform. A collection of pure-blooded Garleans who seek to consolidate their own supremacy. The Optimates. Lest you wonder, theirs was the hand that loosed our forces on the Confederacy. 'Twas a regrettable incident, one that flies in the face of everything we believe, and I swear to do all in my power to prevent a reoccurrence.
That would be most welcome. But if I may speak plain, if the Empire itself is not of one mind, how can we be certain that any peace we negotiate will be honored?
I cannot blame you for doubting us. Indeed, I should find it strange if you did not. And so, in the name of building trust, I would like to make a proposal. A prisoner exchange. Under Garlean rule, no few Dormans were conscripted into the Imperial Army. We would repatriate them in return for those of ours you captured in the recent conflict. Naturally, any exchange would include the acting Viceroy.
Yotsu? What makes you think we have her?
Forgive me, my lord. Was it not your wish to speak plain? Let us not play games. I desire only to work to our mutual benefit. The Optimates tried and failed to take my sister by force. I would succeed by peaceable means, thereby strengthening my party's hand. 'Twould be a lie to say I would not also be glad of my sister's safe return.
A fellow plain speaker. How refreshing. Very well. Your proposal has merit, but I will need time to consider it.
Of course, my lord. May we remain in Dorma until you have come to a decision?
You shall be our honored guests. Yugiri, I leave the ambassador and his retinue in your care. See that they are well looked after.
You have our gratitude, Lord Hien. We shall look forward to your answer.
Now, admittedly, I kind of only see him with seething hatred for the person he is to become, not the person he is currently.
I see.
I must stress.
Oh, there is some truth in what he says here.
Some, yeah. There are indeed two opposing parties in Garlemald that are very much in, like, basically almost war with each other about how to handle foreign affairs. So... Well, that was unexpected. You can say that again. I still don't know quite what to make of it all. But on the surface, a prisoner exchange does seem a good way to begin. The question is, can they be trusted? They ought not to gain by divulging the details of their internal divisions. As it stands, we have no reason to doubt them. But the ambassador's mention of Yotsu left me ill at ease. It made his grand talk of peace seem uncannily like a lengthy preamble. And indeed, that's how I feel as well. Him knowing that we have Yotsuyu and wanting her back is making me feel a little nervous. You think this might all be a ruse to facilitate her retrieval? Perhaps, though I cannot fathom why they would go to such lengths. Yotsuyu may have well been the acting viceroy, but she is not Guardian, nor even highborn. Her value must presumably lie in what she knows. Which brings us to the little matter of her memory loss. In her present condition, she would not yield any worthwhile intelligence, nor is she worth much as a bargaining piece. Alphino, you are well acquainted with the Empire's methods. I would have your thoughts on the matter. My knowledge is at your disposal, Lord Ian. While the Ambassador's proposal is appealing on principle, it would be remiss of us not to give it due scrutiny. Indeed, though it seems to me I have little choice but to accept regardless. With so many of our brothers and sisters languishing in imperial camps, I cannot well turn my back on a chance to secure their repatriation. Only the Kami know when I will be afforded another. But ere we continue, shall we discuss these two? I fear what follows will bore them to tears. I was just about to show myself out as it happens. Come on, Somnus. Let's leave Alphino to dispense his copious knowledge. But I was actually kind of interested. Whatever. Someone is still sore from being made to watch at Sakazuki. Go on and keep Alize company. We are safe enough for now. Okay. Alize. Though no weapons are drawn, a negotiation is no less a battle, and the stakes can be every bit as high. One misplaced word and people could die. It takes someone with a cool head, and I'll be the first to admit that's not me. So, we're left to the eternal question. What to do while they prattle on? Alright, for want of a better suggestion, what say you to a brief tour of the newly liberated Doma? I'd be interested to hear how the people are faring in their own words, and it's not as if we'll be missed here. Or will we? Somnus, a moment if you would. Yuki and Asahi, was it? You have some business with Somnus? Business? No, pleasure, my lady. I merely wish to exchange a few words with the famed slayer of gods and champion of Eorzea. It is truly an honor. Such heartfelt admiration. One could almost forget that you're an envoy of the Empire. Oh, is that strange? We may have stood on opposing sides in the past, but I see no contradiction in lauding the man who would do battle with our common enemy. And lest you forget, this is my homeland. It would be remiss of me not to at least thank him for containing the threat posed by the Kojin's vile icon. Now, if I may continue as we speak, Lord Hien deliberates over my proposal, and I would take this time to see the land I once called home. Though Lady Yugi is certain to be a jovial escort, the excursion would be all the more enjoyable for your company, and safer besides. The Ambassador has the right of it. He is not like to come to harm with you at his side. Will you join us? I'm quite sure he will be safe with you, Yugiri. Come now, Somnus. There's naught else for us to do until Lord Hien has reached his decision. And were we not, this moment discussing how best to learn more about the current state of Doma? It's settled then. The four of us shall make a brief excursion through Nokisha. Might we start at the town of Monsen? I would see what has become of Doma Castle. Very well, if you will follow me. God, he's all the way over here. Over the water. See the wall with the Magitech fuel generator is badly damaged in the battle. It's also fucking huge, holy shit!
We somehow got through that.
Well, we just
Still
disabled
funny.
it, that's it. So I'm just amazed that they built this, you know? In general. Alright, there's SB. Alright, let's go through the ruins. Too peaceful of music it is to be playing through ruins. Would you agree? Never mind.
With the music, they're like, isn't this a little too peaceful? Okay, now it's back to it.
Yep. It is a travesty. A travesty. I remember to keep being so beautiful in the light of the setting sun. One would bear it was aflame. It is indeed a doleful spectacle. Mayhap we will rebuild it one day, when we have finished helping our people to rebuild their lives. Spoken like a true populace. The needs of the people must of course come first. Speak of whom, would you be opposed to my seeing how they live firsthand? The village of Namani is but a short journey from here, if I'm not mistaken. By river, yes. If you will follow me, I will ready our boat. I really like the soundtrack of Yangsha. It's very much the song that you would listen to while observing pandas, you know? Get ready for a fight too, by the way.
Get back! I'm warning you! Someone's in trouble.
Red Kojin.
Are you all right?
Hi.
What do they want with you?
Yuki, and you lot too. I don't know. We were returning from the Enclave when they came at us.
It seems they won't go quietly.
And neither will we.
Away with you!
It is nothing. Leave this to me.
Oh shit! Okay, I should probably protect these two. Oh, there's more of them.
An opening.
I have you!
The art of my forebears.
Oh, she's doing old Tenji Jin. I think this is what it used to look like. Either that or that's like... Or that's her limit break. Oh shit, no, that's like... Old Bunshin. Oh shit, they're in danger. Didn't even realize that. I am a amazing protector of the realm. There's more of them.
Taste my steel! That seems to be the last of them. You have nothing to fear, child. You are safe now.
Thank you, sir.
You saved us again. Thank you. If you're ever passing by our village, look us up. You'll always be welcome.
Thank goodness we arrived when we did.
Indeed. But what could have prompted the Red Kojin to stray so far from the Ruby Sea?
I presume these are the sellswords hired by Yotsu. If so, the answer is simple. Desperation. Bereft of imperial employment, they seek other means to line their coin purses. Another sad legacy of the Empire's mismanagement.
The Empire to which you have sworn allegiance.
Must you always be so pointed? If we are to bring about lasting change, we must look beyond narrow allegiances. You have every right to doubt me, but in time, I hope you will come to see that we share a common goal. You and yours have fought fiercely to change the Empire from without. But if we are to end the cycle of conflict, the Empire must change from within. Am I wrong?
Not about that. True reform can only come from within.
I knew you would understand. You have witnessed such change firsthand, after all, during your time in Ishgard.
Dear me, I had hoped to convey my views on our nation's shared hopes under more peaceable circumstances. Yet this regrettable little interlude did afford me a chance to see the famed hero of Eorzea in action. And few Imperial soldiers can say that. At least, few who have lived to tell the tale. Oh shit, way to remind you, way to remind me of the mass genocide I've committed over the years. Return, my lord. Lord of Namai, you seem so eager to observe the villagers going about their daily lives. To be frank, I still am, but I rather doubt the good people of Namai would take kindly to the sight of a man in an Imperial uniform, blood still dripping from his blade. Even with your company, my presence would only prove a distraction. Fret not, however. Thanks to the three of you, I have been set a great deal more than I otherwise would. And with any luck, Lord Hien will have finished considering my proposal by the time we return. By the way, the reason why there are some of these quests where we have to go across the land and some of these where we're able to teleport through, we're escorting people who can't teleport. Case in point, Asahi can't teleport. Alphino, I don't know if you can teleport or not. There are a lot of characters that mention that you can teleport, but they can't, so... It seems that our teleport spell is pretty exclusive to us adventurers.
22 million.
Yes, it's not that exclusive considering how many adventures there are, but it's pretty exclusive nonetheless. God, it's only 4 p.m. and it's, or no, 3:30 p.m. in the game, and the sun's setting. Just so I can realize.
The time much? Did you even have seasons in this?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
Not then, huh.
Thank you again for agreeing to join me. If not for your aid, the Kojin may well have overwhelmed us. Pray go on ahead. Lord Hien is what expecting me. I will remain without and keep watch over our guests. Well, you'd best not keep him waiting. By the way, you may notice that Maxima is a named NPC here, but this guy is not a named NPC. It's because Maxima is the good girlie I was talking about.
Spoiler much.
Yeah.
Oh, what is this guy name?
Yeah, he's a named NPC, it's barely a spoiler. He's the only named one out of Asi's gang here, actually, so...
Boy, of course he has glasses.
Yeah, because he's a nice boy. Welcome back, my friend. Yugiri tells me you accompanied her and Asahi on the tour of Yaksha. I had hoped you might take the opportunity to recover from your exertions of Sakazuki. But I gather your time was well spent. Until the ambassador affords Yugiri a chance to make a full report. However, I must rely on you to supply the details, so please, tell us all how it unfolded. The Red Koji? Here? Have there been any other incidents since the liberation? Only one that I'm aware of. If they are planning some new venture here in Yangsha, we will need to increase patrols. In any event, I am indebted to you for fighting him off, but tell me, and don't be modest, was Asahi truly the first to leap to the youngster's aid? He was? I was quick to doubt him when we first met, but his desire to save him seemed quite genuine. It's possible he truly believes what he's saying. In the time I've known you, you have always been an excellent judge of character. What do you make of the ambassador? I'm just gonna stay silent on this. Because again, I am privy to future knowledge that makes him a lot more sus than he currently is, so. He confounds you too, I see. And for that reason alone, we would be fools to underestimate him. Regardless of his aim, I am resigned to playing this game. For now, at least. Well, forswearing summoning would be simple enough, considering you never dabbled in it in the first place. Which just leaves a somewhat thornier question of how to police the Red Coaching. It was with that very question in mind that I sought out Fino's counsel. Thanks to his knowledge of the icons and the rituals used to invoke them, I believe I've identified a workable solution. As you will recall, Susanoo was summoned forth using the power of relics locked away in the Kojin's treasure vault on the Isle of Zeki. Though said relics remain there to this day, it is all but certain the act of summoning exhausted their stores of ether, making subsequent summonings impossible. Assuming that this is the case, preventing the Primal's requests rests on denying the Red Kojin the means to amass new stores of ether, either via the acquisition of crystals or the relics they are wont to collect. For this, I plan to enlist the aid of our friends of the Blue Kojin. Since Doma's liberation, we have forged closer bonds with Bunchin and his people, and with their support, I'm quite confident we can keep the Red from obtaining what they require to call upon this Susanoo. And what of the prisoners? They will be exchanged as agreed, and I will give full credit to Asahi for the success of the transaction. If there is aught we can do to help the populares garner favor, I mean to see it done. But first, I have some unfinished business to attend to. Would you all come with me? Yes, of course, but what manner of business? A past mistake, which I would see put right. One which has weighed heavy on my mind. Still eating dango.
I had her brought here in secret while the three of you kept our guest company.
Here
the
and
world
now.
has not been kind to you, it is true. But that does not excuse your sins. You should be at the bottom of the river. Yet here you are. The living, breathing proof of my failure. A failure for which I would now make amends.
What did I do? I don't remember. Was it really so terrible? Tell me, please. What did I do?
You speak of sins, my lord. But at whose feet do those sins lie? With the soldiers who committed the crimes, or those who commanded them to do so? With both, I would say. For all have a conscience, and all must choose. But with no memory of who she is, or what she has done, what sin remains to be cleansed?
You ask that I show mercy.
I ask why the heavens saw fit to deny me my rest. Why Yotsuyu was spared not only death, but the bitter memories of her life.
You truly think it the will of the Kami? If so, her life is not mine to take. It is yours to safeguard. Come the hour of the exchange, if her memories have not returned, she may remain here in Doma to live out her days as Tsuyu. But if they do, the Guardians shall have their viceroy. Though the people will protest, they will come to accept my decision when they have been reunited with their loved ones.
Thank you, my lord.
Now then, I believe we have kept our guest waiting long enough. Did Gosetsu not seem strange to you? His sympathy for your Tsuyu apart, I mean. I know his powers of endurance only too well, but after all he has suffered, even he should not be on his feet. He puts on a brave face for our sakes, but it would not surprise me if he lacked the strength to raise his blade. Though I suppose if he and Yotsu are to enjoy a life of peace and quiet, he will have little use for it. It falls to us to shape that future, one in which he need never again set foot on the battlefield.
I saw you post the Prosy skit of our choices don't really matter. Yeah, we were forced to kill Vasahi. With Yotsuyu safely in Gosetsu's care, all that remains is to answer Asahi's proposal. I realize other matters demand your attention, but I would ask that you stay a while longer to see this business through. Oh no, we'll stay here as long as it's needed.
An entire quest line to do.
Exactly.
My apologies. Our deliberations took longer than expected.
Think nothing of it. The time afforded me the opportunity to go on a rather rousing excursion through Yansha. You have reached a decision, then?
We are willing to cooperate with you in combating the Icon threat, and also in the exchange of prisoners. Assuming you accept our conditions, of course. As you know, your sister is in our care. Due to certain complications, however, we are hesitant to release her into your custody.
Complications?
She was inside Doma Castle when it collapsed. Though she survived, she remembers nothing of her past life, not even her name. To clarify, she is in our care not as a prisoner, but as a vulnerable citizen of Doma.
Are you saying you refuse to release her?
Not at all, if her memory returns before the appointed hour.
And if not, what exactly? You will accommodate her here in Doma?
Well, I sincerely doubt she will be of any great strategic value to the Empire. She spends her days daydreaming of Dango.
Dango? How dreadful. Very well. In light of our recent misstep in Sakazuki, it seems only fair that I show you the same understanding you have shown us. Though I do have one small request. Regardless of Yotsuyu's value to the Empire, she is yet my sister. Before I leave, might you permit me to speak with her in private?
Of course. Perhaps you could even bring her a plate of dango. She would be most pleased. Yugiri will see you to her chambers.
Forgive me, my lord, but has he not been gone over long? Perhaps I should... Calm yourself, Gosetsu. I understand your concern, but we have to wait. He deserves that much. I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. Thank you for your understanding. Long did I dream of this reunion, but never did I imagine it would be so joyless. A part of me hoped your stories of her condition were just that, but alas, it is as you say. Do you? Do you remember anything of this man? Anything at all? No. I'm a stranger to her. That much was clear to me from a single look. I leave her in your care. As you wish. Now, if you will excuse me, my superiors are long overdue a report. They will be delighted to hear of our agreement. Of that I have no doubt. As for the exchange itself, once I have obtained the relevant permissions, I will arrange for your people to be relieved of their various duties and sent here to Yangsha. This will take time, of course. Of course, you may rest assured your soldiers will be well cared for until your return. You will also begin taking steps to better counter the threat of coaching under Icon. Before you take your leave, there was one other matter. I informed you that I am informed that it was you who took the lead in rescuing 2 young Domans from a band of coaching sellswords. I have not yet the time to thank you properly. Please, there's no need to thank me. I only did what anyone would do under the circumstances. Fortunately, I was in good company at the time. The blight of the Red Kojin is of the Empire's making. Were it not for our transgressions, those children would not have needed saving. The people of Doma have suffered enough, my lord, and I promise to do all in my power to spare them further pain, be it at the hands of the Kojin or indeed the Empire. I pray the Emperor will see things as you do. There may yet be hope for us all. Until we meet again. Again, everything that Asahi was talking about with the 2 parties, one that was for the populace and one that's for like the purebloods, that's all true. And there are Garleans, pureblooded, that are fighting for the populace and for the common man and whatnot. So they're good people. There are indeed good people in the Garlean Empire. Maxima is only an example. Gosetsu, as before, I leave Yotsuyu to you. I invite the rest of you to join me outside. Let's treat Asahi to a proper farewell. By the way, here's Hakuro. This is the guy that we saw in Alamigo for the Empire that we fought.
Oh man.
I wish you a safe journey.
This has been a most enjoyable visit. I look forward to our next meeting. Maxima, would you take the others and see that all is ready for our departure? I simply cannot leave without first giving thanks to the Warrior of Light for accompanying me through Yansha.
Here's the moment where you realize why I feel the way I do for this man.
Mark me, savior of the savages. There will be a reckoning.
There we go. True colors.
And I even give him the crazy eyes.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm privy to this knowledge via the Echo as to why he hates me so.
You've nowhere left to run, traitor!
Ignorant savages! Killing us will avail you naught. For every Imperial you cut down, 1,000 more will come. Abandon this foolish endeavor and surrender. You may yet serve our righteous cause.
How dare you speak of righteousness? You who forsook kith and kin to serve conquerors! Be glad I grant you this mercy. What in the...
Of course it's Lord Xenos.
Reinforcement? No, just one! Cut him down!
Oh, now I get it. Xenos saved him, but he hates me now because I killed Xenos. Well, reportedly killed him. In truth, everybody, you know what happened, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Also, I never understood why Xenos was more fascinated with katanas and shit, when literally Gunblade is a infinitely more interesting weapon. It is a gun and a sword at the same time. Come on, man. You gotta get your priorities straight.
This one is promising. Who remains to offer us resistance?
A host of rebels led by Lord Cayenne hold the Enclave across the river.
Lord Cayenne.
king of the former king of Dorma, sir. They say he is one of the greatest swordsmen alive.
Is that what they say?
Who was that?
Surely you jest. That was Xenos Galvus, legatus of the 12th, the crown-bloody prince. I heard he was strong, but that was frightening.
That was Lord Xenos.
I basically killed this guy's hero, except I didn't do that. He did it himself. You gotta realize. He literally did it to himself.
Everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me.
Listen, trust me, there are 22 million other people of me who will fucking... Oh, actually, not exactly 22 million. There's a lot of other people who hate Xenos, but still.
Lash out like the beast you are, at an emissary, and jeopardize the newfound peace between Dorma and the Empire. My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age. Your light is nothing to his radiance.
Understood. Again, like, he killed himself, my guy. I didn't do anything.
I will cherish this moment, lock it away within my heart, until the day we meet again.
Yeah, and that is why he's sus. Truly, he really is a man of the people. Don't get me wrong. He's also a Lord Xenos stan, so, I mean, take that as you will.
So he's the rest of the fan base, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. And again, it is under his belief that we killed him, so...
No one else seen us kill him except, like, 3 other dudes. You know, we probably should have told... Well, suicide. His suicide.
His suicide, yes, exactly.
I should say it. But, you know, no one else knows that. We should probably make that public.
We should probably say he was the one who killed himself. Literally everybody else thought that I killed him, so...
I might as well clear up the whoopsie, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
You look troubled, my friend. Was it something he said?
Of all the memories to witness.
Yeah.
I had my doubts about him, but I would never have guessed he was a disciple of Xenos.
Yeah, that's about the only thing that's surprising.
My lord.
Calm yourself, Yugiri. I set no store by him or his enlightened brethren. But if by treating with them there is even the faintest hope, we might secure the return of our conscripted brothers and sisters, I must play this game. After the way I risked their lives in the rebellion, I owe them that much.
My lord, you bear no blame for their fate.
If not blame, then responsibility. They were prisoners, and still I chose to fight, knowing they could be executed in retaliation. But now we have a chance to bring them home. If it means bargaining with a monster, so be it.
My lord.
Besides, I think he likes me, which is more than some can say.
I guess so. He doesn't like me as much. Believe me. Makes no sense. Why would he bother keeping up the pretense for so long, only to drop it right before the very end? Well, the answer is simple, my friend. It is because he believes every word that he said, including, and not limited to, serving Xenos with all his body and flesh and blood.
So perhaps he no longer found it necessary, having secured Doma's cooperation in the prisoner exchange. If he truly is a disciple of Xenos, it is possible emotions simply got the better of him. Remaining calm around the man who slew his lord will have taken its toll. Whatever the explanation, now is not the time for hasty reprisals. We shall proceed as planned. The Red Kojin must be placed under surveillance, and the Galian prisoners made ready for the exchange. But you need not condemn yourself to the details. Leave the affairs of Doma to us. When the hour of the exchange draws near, we will call for you. I should certainly hope so. Whenever the Empire's true intent, we will be on hand to their part, either to defend Doma or to help usher in a lasting peace. I had thought we might use this time to return to Eorzea, but given the volatility of the situation, mayhap it be best if we remain in Kugane. Agreed. Between Yatsuyu's amnesia and Nahase's dubious agenda, I'd say we have ample reason to remain in the neighborhood. If anything should happen at all, anything at all, you must send for us at once. Oh, I will. On that you have my word. Charting a path through the sea of troubles promises to be difficult enough. I am not so proud as to attempt the feat alone. To Kugane then. Tataru and the others must know of what transpired here. Tataru is also going to give me a lecture on something just called money. I don't get it. Yeah, poor Alphino is gonna get like plenty of lectures. He's gonna get a lecture for benching Alize, and he's gonna get a lecture for spending some like 5 to 6 million gil. It had to have been. If it was truly enough to buy a house and furnish it, it had to have been at least 5 million gil.
He needs a spanking.
Okay, because I say that because I spent about that much buying my house, so it is 3 million gil for a house, about 1 million gil to make the outsides, and a couple 100,000 gil to finish it. I did most of the furnishings by hand by crafting it all because I was a crafter by then. So, but make no mistake, that's not cheap. My, it seems you're in quite a predicament. Well, we should receive any urgent missives from Doma. Rest assured, you will be the first to know of it. Yes, of course. We're pursuing a number of ventures to replenish our coffers. But I suppose that can all wait if urgent news should come through the office. About that, I wish to apologize, Satoru. It was reckless of me to make such a purchase without first consulting you. You may be certain, however, that I mean to reimburse the Scions, even if it means drawing upon my personal funds. It's very thoughtful of you, but I'm sure it won't come to that. If Soroban's business proposition is as promising as it sounds, Somnus should have no difficulty wiping the red from our ledger. And yes, that is the aforementioned side quest about the Suinasato that I was mentioning earlier. Soroban's proposal. It's about, it's actually not entire. It's just about the Kojin, actually. And it's about, the Stormblood's equivalent to the Warring Triad. The Four Lords, yes. That should be profitable. That and the Kojin Beast Tribes as well. One or the other, or both, is what she's referring to there. So, and Soroban earlier. Anyways, forgive me, Somnus. It would seem I have unwittingly heaped my financial troubles upon you. I swear I will pay you back. Though I fear I struggle to cobble together anything of monetary value, knowledge I can gather in abundance. To start, I plan to investigate the divisions forming within the Empire. Mayhap Riol and his associates have heard something on the subject. Regardless, the more we know about the politics of Garlemald, the better our chances of predicting the Imperials' next move, which might yield you an advantage on the day of the prisoner exchange. Knowing what we do of Asahi's apparent resentment towards you, I cannot say what he hopes to gain from it. But if there is even the faintest chance that a lasting peace can be forged between Doma and the Empire, what choice have we but to try? Lord Hien has the right of it. Asahi may very well be a monster, but we must play his game for now. And that is the end of patch 4.2. Not the end of the part, the end of the patch 4.2. We have another patch for the part.
0.3, man?
Yeah.
What's that new quest?
It's the next few quests. So. Arranging the prisoner exchange proved easier than I thought. Yes, my lord will be most pleased. Everything is according to plan.
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Were we friends?
Yes. We were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift. I pray that one day soon, as you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
It's so pretty. Who are you? Who are you?
Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital...
You're gonna love this, by the way.
How are you feeling, my lord?
Fine, now leave me.
Before you make any predictions or assumptions, it's not really Xenos. We actually don't... I don't remember who this guy really is. I'll be honest with you. Just have you know. Yeah. Not really.
Imposter.
Yeah, that's why there was a lot of Garleans saying that, like, oh, Lord Xenos is in fact alive. No?
Just a body double.
Pretty much.
Oh, makes sense. I wanted to announce it, would you?
Ah, Somnus, impeccable timing. We have just received a letter from Lord Ian. That fast, huh? Okay. He writes that... He writes that the Domans are coordinating their efforts with the Blue Coaching to maintain a constant watch over the Red. By staying on the lookout for signs of crystal hoarding and the like, they mean to nip any summoning attempts on the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for peace set down by the ambassador. For the Garleans' part, the Populares have sent word that a vessel bearing Doman conscripts is soon to arrive in Yanksha. It would seem that the prisoner exchange is to proceed as planned. Lord Ian requests your presence, and I share his view that you should be on hand at this critical juncture. According to the letter, Yatsuhi's memory has yet to return, so it looks like she'll be living out the rest of her days in Doma, assuming the ambassador means to honor the agreement, of course. Before we get to that, however, I think it would be wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Domans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Asahi weren't the one to spot it. Agreed. Let us make straightaways for the Enclave then. Lord Ian will be waiting. I trust you will cope in our absence, Satoru? Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Just be sure to come back safely. Yeah, again, the whole thing about fucking the Kojin paying us is in a side quest, so it's a pretty fucking good side quest, all things considered. But yeah, I believe it is the Four Lords quest, not the Beast Tribes quest. I think the Beast Tribe quest is for something else. But it's been a few years, so I don't really quite remember. So. But I'm pretty sure it was the Four Lords quest, not the Beast Tribes. Even though the Beast Tribes are also exist in the same concurrently. They're both really good stories, actually. I see my new letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there was another matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Gosetsu. As you may well have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather worse for wear, and despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, perhaps because of him, he's recently collapsed. By the gods! Is he alright? Confined to a bed and grumbling without cease, but he has shown signs of recovery. He made me promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly. Which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are, however, I think it's high time he received some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? Yatsuyu is scarce left aside, and I imagine you're curious as to what has become of her as well. We'll visit him at once. Somnus, Oise, shall we? So, Gosetsu, poor boyo.
Open wide now.
Please, Tsuyu. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself. I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
A persimmon?
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... A gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
Take off your clothes.
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
It seems like I was just thinking the same thing you are.
My lady, I assure you, this is not...
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink. What are all these scars? There are so many of them.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man. Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
Never! Leave me be, woman! I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
Gosetsu is the best boy. That a stream title makes sense, yes? They make a convincing pair, do they not? On first acquaintance, I would think him a doting grandsire to him, and her a model grandchild. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene, I would have declared them mad. At the sight, I am relieved to see Gosetsu has lost none of his spirit. But what turn of events? I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him, you couldn't make it up. Although I suppose Gosetsu is an old man. With the way he charges through life, it can be so easy to forget. Aye, he resisted decrepitude with the same defiance he showed with the enemies of Doma. But no matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains, he will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given his all for liege and land, and we will ask no more. And with his nurse, if Yotsuyu is feigning that as well, she certainly has me fooled. This is no pretense. You, Kitty, out of all of us, I think you would be the hardest to convince. So, what makes you so sure? I have been spying on Yotsuyu from the shadows, waiting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it was. But her mask has never flipped, not once. She has remained in character from the first. One evening I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and was pretending to prepare dinner right there on the top to me. A child's game. Even the warriorest shinobi would not go to such lengths. I can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me, and everyone else, I would hazard. Aye, the matter is settled. Yotsuyu will become Tsuyu, and begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time to prove that her memory is truly gone. But I would not risk parading her in front of her returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange would only stir up mutinous thoughts. Understandably, she is as good as fastened chains around their necks. Aye, which is why I mean to conclude this business with Tsuyu first, out of the sight of my countrymen. We hope thee. We are at your service. There is no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The Garleans are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We will meet you at the docks with Tsuyu. Shall we wait here, then? Lord Hien should not be long. My friends, have you seen Tsuyu? She is nowhere to be found. That quickly, eh? What? But the Garleans will be landing in a matter of moments. If she's fled, could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yugiri is scouring the streets as we speak, but it is possible Tsuyu has left the Enclave altogether. Captain, a word! Did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? Fair-skinned woman, my lord? I do not really know. I think. Yes! Yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers whom I do not recall having seen before. Her face was hidden by the brim of her hat,
but I remember taking her hand to help her to the boat. White, new-fallen snow it was. Was she someone important, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Wrong? No. I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. 'Twould seem that Tsuyu has crossed the river. Kami, help me. No good can come of this. It seems Tsuyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami, help us if someone catches a clear view of her face. I must find her before that happens. The responsibility of her disappearance for all of us lies with me, but I would ask you for your aid nonetheless. We are at your service, Lord Ian, now as ever before. Let us make the crossing and begin our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yugiri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. We have no way of knowing where Tsuyu is headed, so we best divide our forces. I will take Kusakari and surroundings. Elfno, if you would take the road to Castrum Fuminus? Samus, forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yuzuka Manor? One of the Namazu may well have seen our quarry. If everyone is in agreement, let us board the skiff and hope to Kami smile upon our efforts. Oh boy, the Namazu. So, Yuzuka Manor, by the way, is very not natural native habitat, but this is where they live, so. Gyoe! Gyo-san, Gyotai, Gyofu, Gyoen, Gyoku. They're all assholes, but
doesn't matter, they're all food.
They're all food, they're all fish sticks to me. But, what's hilarious is that, yes, I do play Makoto characters, so I would probably see them all as food, if anything. Hilarious. What's actually more hilarious is if you don't help them out in their Beast Tribe quests, because they have a Beast Tribe quest, of course, and if you don't help them out, then canonically, they all become an endangered species. You see no sign of Yotsuyu to the north. Perhaps she is somewhere further off to the northeast. But yeah, that is to say, they should be fucking delicious, but we have to help them out with their whatever it is they need help with. Destination. No, still no sign of Yotsuyu. Perhaps she is yet farther to the northeast. Alright, this is as north as I'll go without passing the gate. If she is not here, then, oh, fuck.
Pretty far.
Yotsuyu is nowhere to be seen, but lying on the ground is a short distance to the north, you spy a familiar-looking wide-brimmed hat. A cursory glance is all that is required to confirm your suspicions. It is the same hat Yotsuyu was wearing when you found her at Sakazuki. Somnus, before you ask, our search of Kusakari and its surroundings has yielded exactly naught, save this chance reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alize has gone to assist her brother at the castrum. It was she who informed me of the situation. I joined Lord Ian here shortly after.
How did you fare at Yuzuka Manor? Any sign of our missing guest? All the Namazu told me was north. Towards Namai! By the kami, if the villagers recognize her, it will not end well. We must hurry. Yugiri and I will check the patties. The village square is yours. Friends, have you seen an oppressor around? Worry not, citizens. I am not here to save her. No, no, no. Oh shit, there she is.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Oh, this is what it was all about. Holy shit.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
Okay, at least she thinks she's a ghost.
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
What am I doing, man? Run in! I ask myself that.
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
What did I do?
As if you don't know!
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead!
I too was surprised to learn of her survival. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the Kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsugu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies! My lord, she would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry! I'm so sorry.
You're sorry? And what? We're supposed to forgive you?
Here, there's no need to cry. Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu, and treated as a citizen of Doma. I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands, and suffer her to live, for now.
Please, Issei.
All right. I'll keep my peace. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
Yeah. Well, it's public knowledge now, so... That would have been better avoided. But at least it did not end in bloodshed. And judging by Tsuyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Nay, it seems it was an offhand request of Gosetsu's which brought her to Namai. She came in search of a persimmon. Ha! And they say fruit is good for the health. I do hope Gosetsu finds the taste to his liking. Well, we have certainly taken the long way around, but let us continue on to Castle Fuminous and our meeting with the ambassador. Alphino and Alize should be there still, conducting their search. Crash! Yay. It seems our Imperial guests have already arrived. It is time to meet with the ambassador. Ugh. This man. Ugh.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
So I see. But all need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
Ah, Yotsuyu. You look well.
It's her parents.
of all the people.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories?
Gosetsu. I have to take this to Gosetsu.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient. You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Dorma. Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
We continue with the exchange as planned, then.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
I knew better than to trust Asahi. That was a dirty trick. Still, unpleasant as it was, we have at least put the matter of Suyu's future to rest. I have sent her back to the Enclave with Yugiri to give Gosetsu his precious persimmon. Come, follow us. Let us follow them. Ooh, Alpha now. Yeah, that look, Alpha now. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence. Most like we can discuss it upon our return. Okay, it's teleporting us more and more to the place, as opposed to having us make the journey. I appreciate that, as someone who wants to expedite this.
Gosetsu, are you awake?
My lord, come in, come in. When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me. She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents. A misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses. It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
I like this Asahi less and less.
Be that as it may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Doma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder...
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
My lord, forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone.
Gone?
Again.
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
No, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties. Might I call upon your assistance?
Alright, what was it this time? It can't have been to get another persimmon.
Oh, cutscene. Oh no. Something's gonna happen.
Help! Help!
Ah, I've seen this movie before.
Help! Help me!
Yeah, I was waiting for that. I think you can see my character was waiting for that as well in anticipation, just like putting his head, or hand to his head.
If only I hadn't remembered. He should hate me.
Hey,
But I
not
will
this.
not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
Who's there?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu! A font of misery! You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure. We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament. You've kept your looks at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugane and start a new business.
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be. Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it. To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies. And it begins with you!
Yotsuyu!
What?
Like I said, I've totally seen this movie before.
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
Brother dearest, what a surprise. You always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed. But surely you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see it through.
Okay, knowing what I know, should I...
I don't want to die.
Oh, never mind, the decision was made for me. He died right on the spot.
Any sign of her?
My detective
What
skills,
happened here?
the mind reading, memory reading, don't worry, it's totally real detective skills. I have deduced that she killed these people.
I knew what would happen if she recovered. And still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother? Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives.
Pretty cheap price, I ought to say.
This is neither the time nor the place.
The nice people.
We must
Don't feel
gather
bad.
the others.
It was no sooner than 5 seconds after they saw her, they were thinking of selling her. So, we have recovered the Naris's remains and still have the cremations among. Would that they had never set foot in Doma. I broke the news to Gosetsu myself. He was quiet. I think it best that he be allowed some time alone with his thoughts. So, my friends, that which we feared has come to pass. Yotsuyu has regained her memory and returned to the Imperial fold. It is, by any measure, a cruel twist, not least for Gosetsu, but one which does not invalidate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we were bound to surrender Yotsuyu under the Guardians' hands should her condition improve prior to the hour of the exchange. By that reckoning, all is, if not as it should be, then as it must be. This I can accept. But what I cannot accept are the unconscionable lengths to which Asahi went to achieve this outcome. Given his recent conduct and his apparent admiration for Xenos, it is plain he cannot be trusted, and that is to say nothing of the unexplained containers he insists on bringing to our meetings. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think it unlikely our negotiations will end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts must be our first concern. As such, I have an escape route in place before the meeting begins. A wise precaution. If the main structure of Castrum Fluminus is to be the stage for the exchange, then I believe a thorough inspection is in order. The Citadel has stood empty since the Imperial withdrawal, while we took steps to ensure that it could not be defended by an occupying force. It is entirely possible that the ambassador had arranged things there to be his advantage. I will slip inside and make certain we have an unobstructed exit. Pray allow me to join you. I have some experience of Imperial facilities, and should matters take a turn for the worse, I would hope to be at least some use. Very good. That should be enough to guarantee us a way out of the castrum. Beyond that, however, we need a ship to ferry the conscripts back to the Enclave. Even with every skiff we have, it will take several ships to evacuate everyone. A Confederate Sekibune, on the other hand, would require only a single run, and leave us far less vulnerable in the water. Assuming, of course, Russia can be convinced to part with one. Why do I take the lead on this? I've had dealings with Russia and his pirates before. And I won't be alone, will I, Samus? I suppose not. Well, that was enthusiastic. We're hoping to join Yugiri and Alphino on their skulking mission, by any chance. I am certain you would make a persuasive pair. But I think I will accompany you to these negotiations all the same. My lord, the ruler of the... we did not have a choice. But at the same time, really, what was the choices we had? I will go, or I will go but reluctantly. So...
One was understandable.
Yeah.
You're gonna just say no anyway? Like, there's no alternative for this one, for sure.
My lord, the ruler of Domo should not be seen consorting with common brigands. Come now, Yugiri. They stood with us against the Empire. If we would ask their aid once more, we should treat them as equals. My presence shall serve to demonstrate our sincerity. Indeed, my lord. Pray forgive my presumption. By your leave, Master Alphino and I shall be about our task. we should be on our way to Onokoro. Time is short and rush only take some convincing. Russia. Now there's a face I did not expect to see. What brings the noble lord of Doma into the company of bilge rats such as we? If you've come to offer Doman chains in place of Galleon ones, then I'm afraid you've wasted a trip. What fine subjects you would make. With your fleet at our disposal, our restoration efforts would be hastened tenfold. But let us speak seriously. I stand before you not to demand your fealty, but to request your aid once more. Just one ship, please. Mayhap you were confused. Doma's liberation was but a means to an end. We aided you only to save ourselves. Now we have no such incentive. We have sworn no oath to you, and I will not come running like hounds at the master's whistle. And I would not presume you to treat you thus. I come to petition your cooperation as an ally of equal standing. Equal standing, you say? Seems a bit lopsided to me. Where's the profit for us in all this? Profit? Must you always think of such short-sighted terms? Have you ever heard of doing the right thing? Have you ever heard of pirates, Ultimus? You'll find we're simple souls. You pay our tithe, you sail in peace. Deny us our due, and we take it by force. We'll pull you out of the water if we see you drowning, but we are not in the business of doing something for nothing. Calm yourself, Mr. Salazar. We did not come here to moralize. We came here to talk, and there is more to be said. According to records recovered after the liberation, relatives of your Doman-born brethren were among those conscripted into the Imperial Army, and as you may be aware, we recently negotiated the return of said conscripts. Many, alas, will arrive to find no families waiting for them, no homes to grant them shelter. I would ask that you offer them a place in the Confederacy. You would not be rescuing strangers, but welcoming brothers and sisters into your ranks. And has not the Confederacy been in need of new recruits? Well, you seem well informed of our affairs, Lord Ian. The losses we suffered at the Galleon's hands are no secret, but since we drove them out of Dome, the Ruby Sea has come alive with traders and travelers. So many vessels attacked, so few pirates to tax from. We could do with some more hands on deck, and doubly so if you're familiar with the inner workings of the Empire. Very well. The Confederacy agrees to your request. You will have your ship. But before that, you must do something for me. The vessel I have in mind was damaged during your battle with the Empire. Though we have mended her, she has yet to be declared seaworthy. She is sound enough down below, but when you load her up with conscripts and the waterline rises, those upper planks had best be free of cracks. Assuming you want your people to stay dry, you will do me a favor of swimming around the hull to check for weaknesses. That is, if Doman lords are not averse to getting the robes wet. Not this Doman lord. If we each inspect the third of the ship, it shall be done in a trice. That is the spirit. The ship is moored at quick escape pier. Our apprentice shipwright will be on deck to hear your report. Look for a lad named Ihanashi. I thought I had a knack for parleying with pirates. For the record, my previous attempt was an unmitigated success, and yes, I should have quit while I was ahead. Well, well, I thought the rumors exaggerated, but the young lord lives up to his reputation. Nope. It's too far below. Suspect whole plank. You see no signs of damage here. Suspect whole plank. Upon cultural inspection, you spot a small crack in one of the planks. Overkill, but whatever. That would be the port side of the ship, yes? Yes. Yeah, some planks are at the port side of the ship. I am the shipwright. Hey, apprentice shipwright. Did you find anything that might need attention? The section I inspected seems old enough. Your port side's damaged. On the port side? Yes, I got it right. Nautical directions. Fucking Omega trained me well. On the port side, near the bow, you say? Alright, I'll have a look and see what I can do. My apologies. I seem to have lagged behind. I could float in that gentle sea all day. Otherwise, I'm happy to report no visible cracking or holes in my section of the hull. You're Lord Ian. The captain sent you to inspect the hull. God may have mercy. Forgive us this discourtesy, my lord. Ha! This is quite alright. In fact, I rather enjoyed it. I take it you are of Doma. Yes, my lord. The Imperials took my father away after the uprising, and I had nowhere else to turn. The Confederacy became my family. But someone told me they're releasing the conscripts now. Maybe my father will be among them. Not that I can go back. There's no leaving once you've joined. How fares our lady? Is she seaworthy? Captain! We found a small crack on the port side, but I'll have it fixed before you know it. I see you've met the boy. Did he tell you a story? He babbles when he is nervous. Should his father be among the conscripts as he hopes, I mean to give him the choice to leave his life. If he so chooses, I expect you to see they are provided for. I've heard that those who joined the Confederacy forswear all ties with kin and homeland. Is that oath so easily put aside? If I allow it, I see in him the lad I was 25 years ago. You say the words, you mean them, but the yearning for home still lingers. My family is long dead, and I know this life is my lot. But he has scarce dipped his toes with us. If there's a life for him in Doma, he should have the chance to live it. Well said. The Empire's conquest has uprooted many and more, be it in Yangtze or out on the Ruby Sea. We have a duty to ensure that Ihanashi and others like him are free to dwell where they desire. Then the matter is settled. I will make preparations to cast off. Well, my friends, it seems we have our ship. Let's return to the Enclave. Doesn't show up on no map. I suppose that's probably because I haven't fully restored it yet.
Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom.
I'm gonna use the restroom too, actually.
Perfect. alive too.
Okay. Let's get this transfer of prisoners in. Well, let's just get it. It will teleport us to most places except out of here. Huh. I think we just saw a shooting star. Huh. In the in-game skies, by the way, not the real life skies.
Well, I doubt. Like, your window's always closed whenever I go see you. And that'd be weird if your window was open for once.
Yeah, and there's like a shit ton of light pollution around our area as well, so it wouldn't really be possible to see such a thing. Alright. Let's go. That was gonna be a lengthy cutscene.
At last, the hour has come. The conclusion to these negotiations will mark a new beginning for Dorma and the Empire. A first step on the road to peaceful coexistence.
Oh, wouldn't you like that?
Indeed. We are ready to proceed with the exchange when you are. Forgive my curiosity, Ambassador, but is there a purpose to these containers you bring with you?
Oh, the supply crates. They are filled with materials we hoped might be of use in Dorma's restoration. I meant to gift them to you at our last meeting, but we had so much else to discuss.
How very generous. I confess I had not expected such compassion, welcome though it is. But then I was also surprised by the news that one of our captives had delivered herself into your custody ahead of time. A minor discrepancy I shall overlook in the spirit of the occasion.
Are you perhaps referring to me, Lord Hien?
Yotsuyu.
Orphan of the Nairi, widow of Sashihai, and acting Viceroy of Dorma! You and your people are mine to govern, mine to punish!
Well, well. It would seem your shattered mind is mended. As per our agreement with the Ambassador, you are free to return with him to the Empire. Your authority as acting Viceroy, however, is no longer recognized here.
My position is not for you to decide, little lordling. All who resist the rule of the Empire must be purged. Such was the order given to me by Lord Xenos himself. I will reign here in this putrid, pestilent swamp until the last of you has been broken. This land shall know no dawn. I will spew forth darkness and drown all in eternal night. And high above you I shall shine, uncaring, cold and distant as the moon!
Of course.
What has she done?
Oh gods, this is a summoning.
Oh no, it's not just that.
A Dorman citizen has called forth an icon in direct violation of our primary agreement. The negotiations have failed. Abandon the captives and make preparations to withdraw.
But Ambassador!
Disobey me, Pilus, and you disobey the Emperor. Make preparations to withdraw! Now!
As you command. This was his scheme all along.
My lord, you must fall back!
You ask me to run?
Leave this to me. It's a primal, after all.
Against such a foe, I would be more hindrance than help. The field is yours. We will withdraw, but not without our countrymen. I want every soul accounted for. Every soul!
My lord.
I knew you would not flee. I see now the strength which flows from that baleful light of yours. But I am become Tsukuyomi, goddess of the moon and divinity of night. What power can compare to such celestial majesty? I shall plunge all I despise into darkness. And within that black abyss, even your light shall flicker and fail. Come, let us cast the stalks and look upon the fate of Dorman. I see a future in which the sun sets on this wretched land. Once and for all!
Falls is going to be a pretty cinematic, very cinematic fight, assuming that the queue is not too long. And yeah, we're fine. This is gonna be a party instance. So, yeah. What now?
Yeah, well, what if I'm saying party?
Yeah, excuse me, very good. I'm going to have to wait for 7 other people to arrive here so that I can beat your ass. I can't really do it alone, can I?
Top level is to be communicative with. Really, like, really just was just playing around.
Does it make mention of my friends? Or I don't think it does.
Hey dude, it's probably you brought some guys with you.
Nope, it doesn't. Doesn't make mention of the 7 other people in the party, so.
And it looks like this will probably be the final boss of this spot anyway. You gotta play serious.
Oh no, of course it is. Of course it is.
Be like, haha, funny.
What up?
Brought some dudes to go fishing with you. Y'all went on a fishing trip.
No, it doesn't say anything about my friends. Yeah, it doesn't say anything at all. Actually, one thing that people like to do with OCs, I haven't seen it often, but I've only really seen it like once, but some people will make like a shit ton of OCs and have them all like canonically be part of the same party, so that it wouldn't really feel weird to have, oh, it was the Warrior of Light, the singular one guy Warrior of Light that beat the Primal. Like, it still makes sense that like they beat it with a party, right? It's actually interesting that there are people like that out there, because that's how they treated the Warriors of Light in the older Final Fantasies. Like, they all treat them as like one guy, right? One guy, one unit, one etc., right? But like in actuality, there's like a whole party of them. I think namely Final Fantasy 1 operated this way. Final Fantasy 3 also operated this way. Where like especially the 3D remake of 3, where all of them were like their own separate characters that all had their own character stories and whatnot, and backstories, and all unique and whatnot. But the story acts as though they're all one unit. So, in fact, in the original Final Fantasy 3, while they all were distinguished characters that talked to each other, the story literally did not address any particular one of them. So it was assumed that the party was kind of like a hive mind in the original Final Fantasy.
Strange for that.
Yeah, either a lot of people will make their OCs like that, or like either people will have like other, like, them and their friends as OCs, or like the Warriors of Light, and they just all be collectively referred to as like a singular unit, which you'd have to be really fucking close friends with someone on this game if you wanted to make that canon to your OC. Or, you know, you could be insane and make like 8 OCs.
course, I think the game kind of just sees like your extra fellow party members as like, oh, it just happens to be 7 other adventurers that you made friends with that all have the Echo as well. After all, when you saw Arnvald's memories, he went through a very similar journey to you, right? Where, that we did. To where, like, he met Minfilia and all that shit. So, it's not completely implausible that they're just, like, random adventures that aren't the Warrior of Light, but they all have the Echo regardless. Alright, fuck trying to play this as a samurai. I'm gonna beat her up as a tank. Yikes, it's even longer waiting as a tank.
Somehow.
Alright. Please don't take that insult like please take that insult lightly, samurai. I did not mean to quit that quickly. Put me back in that last party. That 1 over tank and 1 over DPS. There we go. So no one else seriously running this. Pretty common one to get for trials. No one's doing it in Party Finder either. Actually, no one's doing much of anything in Party Finder. Should check for it. What is happening in Party Finder? Scala. Machins. Veil. Spoiler. Farming. That's for the extreme good stuff. Huh. There's a lot of nightclub advertisements though. Tartarus Nightclub, grand opening, Halloween party. The Executive Lounge is now having its grand opening. Open bar tonight, swing by for a drink. Roleplay, Midnight Diner, Demonic Dice Gamba Bar. Dork Elrod does absolutely nothing. RP 18 plus, ooh, Truth or Dare, you know who it is. I got him again joining me at Heightened Square. Runestream Cascade. Music Lounge. Lots of roleplay opportunities. Of the normal and the rough times. Are we the only 3 people queuing for this? Is there no unfortunate souls in Trials Roulette that are 70 and up? Trying to do Trials Roulette 70 and up? Getting this? Come on. That possibility's likely, yeah? We wait. We shall just wait. That's the only thing we can do. Ooh, another DPS, 3 DPS, 1 tank. We just need another tank, a healer, and another DPS. This is a pretty sparse party.
you're gonna have to excuse them of it. Speaking there. Like the 7 other guys that I mentioned, yeah, they're gonna take a while. They're taking a boat and everything. They don't have the Aperite crystal here. Yeah, I can't really teleport. A lot of them are sleeping right now, so probably just gotta wait. I guess I'll scroll through Twitter while I wait. I forgot I had everything turned up. Because fucking... Oh, I should probably turn it up still. Just to hear the voices. Music was turned up for karaoke. Turn it back down. Ah, there we go. Alright, you're going down, you two! Come on. I said you're going down, come on! Oh my god, get off the shitter!
1 DPS.
Get off the shitter, DPS! Whoever you are, I will find you! I will drag you out with toilet paper on ass! Okay? Oh, you can't be serious. Okay, finally.
Oh, it's going to be a long night.
It already has been.
Whoa! Your end is near.
Party Buster.
Knight needs. We have to kill these.
Beg for mercy. Your death will be all the sweeter.
And for a moment, she's back to being normal, you see. She realizes that her primal form is built upon, like her mallets and whatnot. And her suffering. So if we just ease that suffering a little bit by killing the people who are trying to cause pain to her, like, here, then... Then there's Asaki, who, sucks, so gotta kill him, of course. And then Xenos. But then Gosetsu comes in to shield her from Xenos and help us finish the job on the Spectre of Xenos here.
If you pay attention, this is a very emotional thing compared to all the other ones.
Exactly. Very emotional fight. But alas, she has accrued suffering together.
In darkness blooms the spider lily.
And so brings back her primal.
I rise on you. The few swift night, I shall prevail.
Alright, so this part of the fight. If we stand in one side of the arena too long, it will kill us. So we just have to stand in just one side for time. As you can see, some people have already died because they're still in one place too long.
Moonlight's chill shine petals veiled.
Back to normal. Fans are back.
Beg for
mercy. Ow! Oh, that's a cleave.
No, not yet.
Oh, I did not realize that was a cleave.
Yet. I'll grind you under my heel.
Okay, alright. Cleaves, by the way, are exactly that. If it's a tank buster that if anybody else is around the tank when it happens, kills anybody else around the tank when it happens. not fun.
I'll grind you under my heel!
There she goes. A very emotional fight, as you can no doubt tell. Okay. Yikes! Just straight up shot the bitch!
You really must learn to finish the job. 'Tis true that a gaudy mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning. But even the weakest icon is a god of sorts. A threat that must be put down. My, such hostility! These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an Imperial officer. Will you surrender to anger then? Slay an anointed emissary to avenge a fallen foe?
Ha! You cannot, of course! To do so would burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build.
But I'm forgetting. They're already ash. This Dorman woman has seen to that. The Empire cannot ally itself with any nation that refuses to renounce summoning. I believe I was most clear on that point. It should have been mine. The power he bestowed upon her. I should have been the one to govern Dorma. I would have repaid his faith.
one alive loves him more than I!
Hey, Sim.
Instead, this harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth! Worthless whore!
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious gift. Vengeance. These people, our people, they ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives. Like you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see. You were the first. The first I swore to kill. Such bliss. I had thought my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied. You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength, just for you. What's the matter? The Witch of Doma will soon be dead.
Gosetsu will warn you.
He will mourn too, perhaps. I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered?
Lord Xenos.
Lord Xenos. I am at your disposal.
Asahi, you were born of Doma, yes?
Yes, my lord. I am honored that you would remember me. How may I serve?
You are hereby appointed Ambassador Plenipotentiary, and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma, and announce your intention to sue for peace.
For peace?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting Viceroy.
She lives? That is to say, I will, my lord.
When you have found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps. Yotsuyu's faith is unreliable, but as a child raised to believe in the Kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods. She need only wish it to be so. The power will seem a gift, but the icon's essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
My lord, ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost. But I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the Populares spread through this city like a plague. And I would remind the people of the threat we face. You will be my chosen agent. The hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
Your chosen agent. I will not fail you, my lord. My master, Lord Xenos, he will come for you.
You have prevailed, I see.
She is gone. Wherefore did the Kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
Death shall not want for company this day. You spared us a worse disaster, but I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
Lord Hien!
Here's the goodest boy.
Maxima, is it not? I assumed you long fled.
I entertain thoughts of escape even now. But our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here. But it seemed to me there was more to the tale.
Xenos was behind this plot.
I have heard tell of this power you wield. And in your vision, you witnessed Lord Xenos giving these orders.
How can that be? Xenos is dead. He took his own life after the battle in Alamigo. I saw his body with my own eyes.
Forgive me, but Lord Xenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
I'm afraid I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public record.
I have no doubt you believe what you say.
But in the words of Metro Man, my death was greatly exaggerated. As he would say it, probably.
But what then is the explanation? That an imposter has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial Court?
Don't forget to say it.
The idea is inconceivable, absurd. But worthy of investigation nonetheless. Our movement can ill afford to have a highly placed pretender undermining our efforts.
Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
Yes. As the late Ambassador's second-in-command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm our intent to proceed according to the original agreement.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
Indeed. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Tread lightly, Pilus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
Might I accompany you to the capital?
Alphino, have you gone mad?
Oh, yo, Alphino. Have you gone mad indeed?
Throw him in jail.
Imposter or no, if Xenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Ascian waiting in the wings. Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need our help.
Were you indeed willing to share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
You truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk his life on countless occasions. Next to him, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield. But in the meeting room or the audience chamber, there I can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds. And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
I believe in you, Alphino.
'Tis not for me to stop you. But I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
Go then. You've obviously made up your mind. Just try not to do anything reckless, all right?
I shall be on my best behavior. Farewell, my friends.
So what I tell you about goodest boy Maximo there? He is a good Garling.
Back and Walker from the sound of it.
Probably, yeah. I knew Asahi was planning some manner of treachery, but a summoning? To make the kami you were here, my friend. None of us would have escaped Yotsuyu's vengeance had you not intervened. She was a pawn, aye, but she still had a choice. She chose to submit to the ambassador's plan. It's a little wonder Gosetsu departed in silence. I gather he left the same way he came, alone, aboarding a rowing boat. As for the conscripts, most made it to the Sekibune before the battle began in earnest, but the vessel yet awaits on the riverbank for those who did not flee in time. Then I suggest we put this doleful place behind us, and make for the Enclave together. It would be a shame to miss the joyous reunion.
How often have I imagined this moment? Thank you for helping it come to pass.
Ah, there you are.
He cut his hair, holy shit!
Gosetsu, your hair.
My friend, what have you done?
An old man who cannot raise his blade has no place in the service of a young lord. Thus did I decide to devote my remaining days to pilgrimage. I will walk this land, offering prayers of repose for all the souls who left this life in suffering.
All of them?
Safe travels, Gosetsu.
A fulsome farewell makes for an enjoyable journey.
Scarcely have we said our goodbyes to Alphino, and you leave us too. But 'tis well that my companions find their own way forward. I must endeavor to do the same.
I have faith that you will find the best path for Doma without me, my lord. Pray forgive me this last act of selfishness, and grant me your blessing.
You have earned it 1,000 times over. Go in peace, my friend. I shall make of Doma a land where children laugh and none need live in fear.
There is no better way to honor those who went before. And with that, I take my leave.
Gosetsu. Fair journey to you, my friend. A bittersweet occasion, but there's yet ample cause to be grateful. Pray join us at the KeenCon. I would thank you properly. Actually, I'd like to see just one more quest. Great. Our brothers and sisters are returned to us, and the dream of Doma's restoration is that closer to being realized. It is a day that will live long in memory, and one that would never have dawned without the courageous actions of the Scions. On behalf of Doma and the people, we give you our deepest thanks. Lest you think me complacent, I assure you, I have not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. That Xenos lives is a source of grave concern, mayhap the gravest. Yet there is little to be done but wait for Alphino to send word. Until then, I plan to devote myself to fulfilling the promise I made to Gosetsu, by building a nation in which none need live in fear. I confess I miss him already, but the thought that he has at last found peace goes some way to softening the blow. I wonder, did you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yotsuyu such kindness? I believe the answer lies in past tragedy, specifically the death of his wife and daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well, they were never far from his thoughts, and in Yotsuyu's childlike mien, I believe he saw not a fallen tyrant, but the little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Gosetsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He suffered any hardship, strove beyond the limits of endurance without hesitation or complaint. Yotsuyu could never truly replace his daughter. I had hoped that with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. Would that Akami hadn't been so minded. Even now, I labor to discern any meaning of Yotsuyu's fate. To deliver her from certain death, with no memory of her sins, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother, can that truly have been their will? That I cannot tell you. The will of the Kami is not for us to know. But what I do know is that for a brief moment, a girl known as Tsuyu lived among us, and that she brought with her a whisper of respite for a grieving heart. I think it's time we were going, don't you? We've done all we can here, and we have a lot to report. But before we head back to the Rising Stones, let's call in at the Reach. We should be the ones to tell Lise about Xenos. After everything we went through together, we owe her that.
we go then. I'll be damned if this isn't the end of part 3, by the way, but at the same time, it would make 0 sense for this to not be the end of part 3. Alright. Saunders, Alize, you're back. No Alpha now? It's good to see you, Elise. As for my headstrong brother, he's gone off on what will almost certainly turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Garlemald. It's not once in a lifetime.
He'll be back.
It's a long story, but we have evidence that Xenos might still be alive. What? But if this is a joke, gods, this has better be a joke. It's not. It's not.
Aha, funny. Oh no.
Look, I know what I saw, right? We all saw it. And are you saying he's alive and well and living the high life back in Garlemald? I know how ludicrous this sounds, but I'm still having difficulty believing it myself. But while I might doubt the word of an Imperial envoy, I'm inclined to trust Somnus. He saw the Crown Prince through the Echo in a meeting that could only have taken place in the recent past. Xenos is alive. No, it must have been, I don't know, some kind of really convincing imposter. If Xenos is dead, he had a great big hole in his neck. We buried him. Aye, and someone went to the trouble of desecrating the bastard's grave, remember? Those gilded halls. Whatever are you talking about? Bankred! What brings you to Reach? Alphino had me lending a hand at the sorcery, keeping an eye on the rebuilding work and so on, just until operations were up and running. And now that they are, I thought I might look in on you before wending my weary way back to headquarters. Forgive me if I misheard, but is there some suggestion the late Crown Prince could have gotten...
Gotten better. Wow, such a simple answer. And you killed that room pretty quick, right?
Oh yeah, no, he just got better from murder, yeah. Don't worry, he just got treated in the hospital as we spoke, you know?
Nice hospital trip. Stay quick. Insurance is pretty good here.
Just a quick doctor's checkup, man.
Belmont has pretty good healthcare. That's all I can really say.
But is there some suggestion that the late Crown Prince could have gotten better? If so, might I suggest a quick look inside his coffin to give as a first order of business? Oh, Bankred. Oh, I love you so much, Bankred. Oh my god. As much as I hate the man, it doesn't feel right to find his grave. But if it will put this rumor to rest, I suppose we have to. And when there are no curious eyes about it, if we can manage it. Ah, fuck. Oh, fuck, I love Bankred so much. He just got better, you know? That's one way to put it, Bankred.
It's a good night's sleep, you know?
I'm sorry, I can't. This is why I love this character so fucking much. Oh, man. Xenos is buried at Bloodhowl in the rocks. His grave was set apart from the others and still left unmarked, so as to not upset the locals. That shouldn't be too hard to find. Nago, you're in charge until I get back. Oh god, that set me to tears. That fucking sent me to tears, man. Okay. Is the man in the grave? This is it. God, he'd better be in there. Someone scrawled over the stone a while ago, but I had it scrubbed up. And thought no more about it. No one thought to check if the coffin was still occupied. Well then, we are presented with but one course of action. And we had best be sure we are not observed in the doing of it. Shall we begin? You're not gonna like this. Or are you gonna love this? I don't know. One of the two.
Oh dear. We seem to be missing a corpse.
So nonchalant about it too. Fucking hell. Thancred. Only Thancred be so nonchalant about the death and resurrection of an imperial crown prince. Yikes. Anyways, yeah.
Plus, there's Thunder right after.
Well, it must be somewhere. I only hope it isn't walking around.
After we've taken such pains as to not be observed. If there's no corpse, then are we to conclude the rumors are true? Not necessarily. We might still be dealing with a doppelganger of some kind. An agent who could have been sent to dispose of the body in a bid to lend credence to the tale of Xenos' resurrection. More and more, however, I find myself siding with Alphino's theory of Ascian possession. Speaking from experience, I can tell you that they have no qualms about taking a living host, let alone a dead one. You're saying an Ascian is walking around in Xenos' body? It seems a distinct possibility. Once I have put this grave back the way we found it, I shall pay a visit to the people responsible for interring the crowned prince. Before leaping to any conclusions, I want to know for sure if a body was ever buried here, and how certain we are that Xenos is properly dead. If he wasn't, that was some trick. He is as good. He as good as cut his own head off. Anyway, Raban needs to hear about this. If you find anything out, send word to me at the Reach. I don't know why I'm surprised. With matters settling down in Doma, we weren't due another crisis. Shall we make for the Rising Stones, then? It's past time we shared these developments with the others. I was waiting for you to arrive. Fucking weird, I was instantly teleported here. I spoke with Ariane J over Link Pro and gave him a full report. Your Stella is on her way, and it should be any... Ah!
It's crack?
No, it's not a voice crack. Alize, Somnus, 'tis good to see you safe and well. What news have you from the east? Disturbing developments indeed. Given all that we know, I too would conclude that an Asian now inhabits Xenos' body. A doppelganger might fool the Crown Prince's subordinates, but Somnus? Nay, Alphinaud had the right of it. Would that his wisdom extended to the question of his own safety. Capable though he has become, he ventures alone into the enemy's stronghold, in the shadowy web of the Paragons, like us not. When it comes to making rash decisions, I'm hardly in a position to criticize, but I'm worried. I just wish there was something I could do for him besides pray. Alright, time to watch our final cutscene for the part. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. We cannot suffer icons to exist. Was I not clear on this point? More than clear. The icon in question was summarily dispatched by the Warrior of Light. The summoner is dead, and the right beyond repeating. Everything proceeded according to plan, every party behaving exactly as required. My methods may seem extreme, but there is no cause for concern. I was going to ensure the salvation of his star. Double, meanwhile. I think this is Tastrum Bania. Yeah. What are you doing fiddling with that thing? I asked you a question, soldier. Why, have you lost your mind? Ah! I have lost many things, but my mind is yet my own. There upon the stage I stood, prepared to take my final bow, only to find that the finale was but an intermission. Shall I use this chance to repent for my sins? Embrace goodness and mediocrity? Nay, I think not. What one I yearn to face yet lives, the hunt must go on. Huh! That wasn't the end! Well, fuck
Wait.
you, I'm making it the end!
Wait, there's more.
Was that actually not the end?
What was the quest called?
Under the Moonlight.
There might be one more. It says patch 1.4.3, there's one more.
What?
This is what the wiki says.
Okay, well, if this is the last one, then we'll do it, might as well. I'm just saying that, like, that should have been the last one right there. Holy shit. Whatever. It's been an eventful few days, hasn't it? But I suppose all we can do now is wait for word from Alpha now. I don't recall the last time I had nothing pressing to be getting on with. We should probably make the most of it. Shall I put on some tea? Tea would be lovely. You may regale me with the tale of your adventures in the Far East, and of your encounter with this new primal especially. I'll put the kettle on then. That table looks free if you'd like to take a seat. If it's just this last one, then I guess, but like...
Yeah, you had a perfect end cutscene. I don't know what's up.
I don't know what's up either. Oh, upon sitting at the table, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. So we just... Do you think we just bear through it, or do you want to end it off here?
It just means we have more time on Thursday.
Okay, so just bear through it then?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. So the Tsukiyomi was summoned in much the same manner as Susanoo, via the medium of a sacred relic. That's right. They believe their gods, or kami, reside in physical objects. Given the danger they represent, it would behoove us to begin a catalogue of such relics. But if we are to contain the threat, we will require a better understanding of the summoning method itself. I believe I shall pay a visit to Doma, and learn what I can on the subject. A fine idea, and I know for a fact that our friends in Doma would be grateful for any information, which could help to prevent further summoning in the region. I will pen you a letter of introduction. Lord Hien will wish to welcome our resident expert on ethereology. Greetings! Could it be that I'm in time for tea? It certainly looks that way. Come on, sit down and tell us how your investigations went. After you left, I went about questioning Bloodhoe's gravekeepers. They all told the same story. Once Lise and her officers had confirmed Xenos dead, his corpse had interred upon strict supervision. There seems little reason to doubt their testimony at that point, but when I mentioned the defacement of Xenos' grave, accounts grew rather more vague. None reported having seen any suspicious persons in the vicinity, and all assumed the act to have been perpetrated by a vengeful Alamegan. Crucially, however, I was able to confirm that the offending scroll was removed, as per Lisa's instruction. No one involved thought to check the contents of the coffin. By that stage, 'tis like that the corpse was already missing. Assuming Xenos has not, in fact, risen from the dead, we are left with two possibilities. Either the body was disposed of to lend credence to claims of an extremely committed impostor, or an Asian has taken up residence within it. Neither could be good. If Asahi was as fervent a devotee as you believe, he would not have been fooled by an impersonation. However committed, we must assume that we are dealing with an Asian and proceed accordingly. Agreed. The question is, how many more such monsters are waiting for Alphino and Galamond? Their presence was his chief reason for going. He understood the risks. I only hope he did not underestimate the extent of the infestation. Oh, I think I know the reason why it didn't end off there. Meanwhile, on the Imperial hypersonic assault aircraft, I couldn't read the Roman numerals at the time. Some number. Master Alphino, we were making good speed towards our destination. Is aught amiss? Nay, 'tis just I can see naught from my cabin, and was curious to know the land over which we flew. I'm afraid our military craft are built with little thought for such niceties. I am happy to indulge your curiosity, however. We are presently passing over the burn on the western edge of Opvard. Even with the benefit of a porthole, your gaze would have been greeted with naught but moms upon moms of lifeless earth. I have read something of the burn. It was described as a desolate wasteland, bled dry of every last drop of ether. Aye, it is believed that a succession of icon summonings was responsible. When Emperor Solus first came to Ophar and beheld this blight, he is said to have reeled at the scale of the devastation. He declared icons a threat to our very star's existence and issued an empire-wide decree ordering the eradication of such entities. Report! We're under attack, sir! Matatic armor! No visible designation! Matatic? But who? Ah! All cannons, return fire! Damage report! The main reactor's been hit! Helm unresponsive! We're going down, sir! Damn it! They knew exactly where to hit us! All hands, brace for impact! Alpha, no! Oh, I think he's okay. Thank God. Glad to have you back, Master Alpha. Now we have landed in one piece, more or less. The air filtration system is damaged, and the ship is filling with smoke. We must gather the survivors and get out of here while we still can. So I know why why that last quest wasn't the last quest. You're gonna see.
We're gonna play as Alpha now?
Yes!
Oh.
We're gonna play as Alphino!
Well, that explains the first-person view there.
Yeah! Look at him! The goodest boy, of course. Master Alphino, might I ask you to search for survivors? I will see to to our injured helmsman. Oh shit! Okay, we gotta get the thing out of the way. So we get to play as Alphino. We get to play as a simplified version of his job, which is scholar. I almost said astrologer, nearly. But yeah. You okay? He's okay. But yeah, we get to play as Alpha now with our little uncle friend. Okay, where is the rest of the wreckage here? Oh wait, use physic. Right, I have to heal him. Heal. My thanks. I don't know I would have made it. Yes, you will very likely save his life. The question would... Oh. Put these last few out of the misery. The prince wishes none of them alive. The prince? They've not come to parley, I fear. Ready your weapons! So we were sabotaged. Our lives forfeit at this point. It seems that the Xenos wanted us dead from the first, so did not. Yeah.
It's like that.
After all, we are the good Garleans, and he is evil. So, yeah. It's weird because this Alphino is actually going by Stormblood Scholar rules. And while Stormblood Scholar rules are by all intents and purposes, we're really no different than
More of them. Way more.
Wait, there's more. Oh, I guess we take one of their armor. We might be able to actually get out.
One of.
Somehow.
Oh no, you're gonna see. You're going to see. Confound it! Not here! Not like this! Oh, here it comes. One of my favorite characters. Who in the Emperor's name? Enemies of our enemies. Introductions can wait. You're calm in a crisis, Master Alphino. Let us finish this then. Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil anything about who this guy is. I would just say he is 110% badass. So.
Well, he did just shoot Matt Tech on with one shot. I love pretty badass.
Okay. So I can use tri-shack. Actually, I think tri-shack was just straight up my Anyway, so Alphino here is working on a Stormblood Scholar rules, which, by all intents and purposes, in this iteration of Scholar is not too different. It's one damage button, one heal button, and this does not exist yet anymore, so. A child. Oh, they're taking a little bit to gun down. So. Oh fuck! Right, I can use my limit break.
There is no one here.
No, I can use my limit break if I'm role playing as Alphino. So. The goodest boy. Okay.
That's a little bit.
My thanks. Your intervention proved most timely. Well, well. I did not think to meet an Eorzean in this place, let alone a Scion. You know of me, sir? I have some small history with your order. But I would speak of the present. Know you, your assailants, and the severity of your predicament. The soldiers bore the insignia of the Emperor's personal guard. And I could venture a guess as to their motive, but you yet have us at a disadvantage, sir. Will you not tell us who you are? Our names are not yours for the asking. As for our purpose, let this be your answer. It's an Asian mask! The face of our prey. Yeah, look closely at his garb. We must away before more arrive. Come with me or stay, but make your choice now. Even should we manage the long trek out of the burn and secure passage to the capital, we would no doubt be greeted by the Emperor's guard. Indeed, we accept your gracious offer. Shadowhunter will suffice for the present. Come. See, if you actually look closely at his outfit, he has multiple Asian masks. So I wasn't kidding when I said this guy was 110%. I wasn't kidding when I said this guy was 110% badass.
Go.
He's killed at least fucking 7 Asians. Count him, 7. I was not kidding when I said he was 110% badass.
Unstoppable.
Ugh, this is intolerable. But as much as I wish it were otherwise, there's nothing we can do for Alphino. But pray for his success. Well, that is not entirely true. While your brother journeys to Gallimore from the east, I could make my way from Alamigo and find out what there is to be learned in the Empire's western provinces. Then I'm coming with you. I can't very well sit here sipping tea if there's action to be taken. Forgive me, Alize, but the provinces are a hostile territory, and stuff is all important. It is safer that I go alone. I can sneak well enough when the situation demands it. Don't patronize me. Oh, we should leave this a Thancred. Not you, too. I understand your frustration, Alize, but Somnus has the right of it. We must defer to Thancred's expertise in this matter. Fine, but just promise you'll be careful. Seems that praying is to be the extent of my contribution after all. But I will stay behind. I will stay behind as I have been bid. And we all have our talents. Mine just happened to involve a silver tongue and a soft souls. I promise to send word the moment I learn aught of consequence. See that you notify me too. I mean to depart for Doma as soon as I find a suitable East Outernon vessel to bear me thither. But I shall return if I am needed. Be sure to drop in when you're next in the area, Somnus. With any luck, I'll have a painfully detailed report from Alphino to share. Hey yo, that's the end of Stormblood Part 3, New Game Plus. I need to get out of here before fucking I show too much of the Rising Stones' current state at the end of Shadowbringers, because it's all a spoiler.
Lovely.
Custodian's a spoiler, fucking, my house. FC house. But house nonetheless. Anyways, that's the end of this part. Okay, alright. That was, yeah, no, Shadowhunter is a really fucking cool character. He becomes way cooler, you know, the more you look into his actual, you know, story and character. Actually, the Sorrow of Warlid quests, which I've been dying to talk to you about. Oh my god, the Sorrow of Warlid quests, they're all revolved around Shadowhunter's character. And holy shit, he's so fucking cool. But, I mean, that's enough hyping up, for now. I am just... He pops up briefly in Shadowbringers, but it mainly is in the Sorrow of Warlord quests that he's going to pop up. I am sure he's going to pop up in Endwalker very much, because he has beef with the Asians, and, you know, yeah. So... Anyways, I'm gonna stop the stream right here, and I think I'm gonna call it a night, because,
Alright.
yeah.